Good afternoon. We will call this meeting to order. This is the regular city council meeting, April the 2nd, 2025. The time is 6:05 p.m. Madam Clerk?
Chairperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Councilperson Bruce Guyton.
Here.
Councilperson Glenn Spiritus.
Here.
Councilperson Farcella Davis Panier.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
Acting City Clerk Deborah Hall is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you. We will now have the moment of silence along with the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilman Guyton.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to take Resolution 35-25 and move it to the consent agenda. That's the item with respect to immigration and customs. It's my understanding that under state law, if we don't pass this, we will lose state funding.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Madam Chair, one more. I would like to move Resolution 41-25 with respect to the order from consent agenda to the regular agenda based upon whether or not the RFP was responded to fully.
Which one was that? I'm sorry.
Hold on one
That's the
second.
order.
One second. Let's take one at a time. So the first one is the item in regards to, what is the number?
35-25.
No, the number on the,
3B?
3B?
The ICE item is 11B, Madam Chair, 3525. That was the first one he mentioned.
11B?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair, I
Yes,
have
go.
a comment on that item.
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to pull that item if it were on consent. I have some comments about it.
Okay.
So I'd like to put that,
Keep it there.
Okay, then I withdraw that request.
thank you.
Okay, so what is the next one, Councilman Spiritus?
That's resolution, let me just get you the number.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we're doing adding, addition, and deletion. We're not pulling yet. We're not at that section yet. We're adding items to the agenda or deleting items from the agenda. We're on the additions and deletions. Pulling from consent is another section. We're not there. We're not there yet.
are you pulling an item from consent, Mr. Spiritus?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's not the time for that. So, we get to the consent agenda, we can do that. So we will have the 11B, placed. I think that it was on the consent agenda, but now it is not. I think that was the old agenda that listed it on the consent agenda. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
That particular item was placed on the regular agenda, but pursuant to additional agenda reviews that we've had with board members, it would be staff's recommendation that that item stay on your regular agenda for the purposes of discussion. But it was contemplated and discussed as part of your agenda reviews that it was the discussion to possibly move that to consent.
Okay, so we'll leave it where it is.
Yes. Madam Chair, also,
Go ahead.
the item with regards to the appointment of the office of the mayor and an update for staff associated with that, staff is recommending that that item be moved to the section of the agenda that is before ordinances on first reading.
What is the number?
So that would take agenda item 12A and in essence, move it before 11A. And then also, Madam Chair, if I may,
But hold on a second. So we're having this before the ordinance is on first reading?
yes, before ordinance is on first reading.
So what would that be, Madam Clerk? 8C?
Yes, that would be item 8C.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
And also, you did receive email correspondence from me early this week with regards to ordinance 4279, the Turnberry project that was listed on the previously published agenda. That item was removed from the agenda, and so I just wanted to inform the board of that particular action.
Okay.
And that concludes the staff comments, Madam Chair.
Are there any other additions, deletions, substitutions? Are there any disclosures from the mayor or council? Hearing none, a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier,
I'm sorry. Madam Chair,
Yes.
the title for the resolution title for 3A, was that changed from Washington Elementary?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Let's go ahead.
Yes, the agenda was amended to change the Scribner's errors that was Washington Elementary from 3A to West Riviera Elementary.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
resume the vote.
We're at the vote for, yes,
Yes.
resume the vote for the approval of the agenda.
Okay, Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Our next item is the consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull item 3D,
3B,
D as in David.
D. Okay. Any other items pulled from the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Item 2A under board appointments, that's an item that should be pulled from the agenda for the purposes of discussion, as that's where the board selects the respective boards and committees that they will serve on.
Okay, so we'll have board appointments and then we'll have 3D. Any other questions or removals for the consent agenda? Hearing none, Madam, can I get a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier, Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Our next item is board appointments. Madam Chair?
City Council Board appointments to serve from April 2025 until April 2026. Madam Chair, Chair Pro Tem, and respective board members, before you is a list of the city's representation on various boards for 2025, 2026. You have a blank copy, so you will have a discussion amongst yourself. After all of the selections have been decided upon, at the end, we will need a motion and second and take a vote to approve.
Question,
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Would the motion be for each board assignment or collectively once the assignments have been made?
It is collectively, once the assignments have been made, the last thing you will do is have a motion and second to approve the assignments.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
The first item is the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County. We had former Councilman Lawson as a regular and Councilman Glenn Spiritus as an alternate.
Madam Chair, I would like that appointment.
Very good. Any other nominations for the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County?
I would nominate Dr. Spiritus if he would like to be the alternate.
Okay, I'll be the alternate, thank you.
We have Davis Paneer for the regular for the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County. Hearing no other nominations, we will add Ms. Paneer for the Business Development Board. The next item is the Issues Forum. Any nominations for the regular attendance of the Issues Forum? We have former person McCoy as the regular and current council member Glenn Spiritus as an alternate. Do we have any recommendations or nominations for regular attendance at this meeting or regular councilperson for this meeting?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recommend Commissioner Guyton for that position.
Commissioner Guyton?
Okay, I was about to recommend Dr. Spiritus.
I'll be your alternate.
He beat me to it. Okay, I'll accept.
Okay, very good. For the Issues Forum, we will have Councilperson Guyton as the regular and Councilperson Spiritus as the alternate. The next board is the North County Intergovernmental Committee. The alternate is the city manager's designee, and Mr. Spiritus is the regular. Are there any nominations for this particular committee?
I would Spiritus if he still wants to continue in that role.
Okay.
Mr. Spiritus, would you like to?
If no one else will do it, I'll do it.
All right, very good. So we will have Mr. Spiritus as the regular and the city manager's designee as the alternate for the North County Intergovernmental Committee Board. Palm Beach County League of Cities, general members. Regular is Councilperson Lanier, and the alternate is a former council member. I'll retain my regular membership for Palm Beach County League of Cities. Are there any nominations for regular?
I would nominate you. Are you the regular now?
Mm-hmm. Okay,
I would nominate the chair, Shirley Lanier.
all right, I'll keep that post, but we do need an alternate for these meetings.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recommend Commissioner Paneer for that position as the alternate.
Alternate, Davis Paneer, are you willing to accept the alternate position?
Yes.
For the Palm Beach County League of Cities general membership, Councilperson Lanier is the regular and Councilperson Davis Paneer is the alternate. Next meeting, next board is the Palm Beach County School District. The regular currently is myself, the alternate is Councilperson Miller Anderson. Are there any?
I would recommend, if she's will, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
So their meetings are the same night that we have our meetings, so we're never able to make it to the meetings unless we happen to not have a meeting. But I know Ms. Lanier has been heading the Education Advisory Board, so I'm fine with staying as an alternate if
Sounds good.
she wants to maintain.
If you want to maintain it.
We'll keep that. Palm Beach County School District regular is Councilperson Lanier, and the alternate is Councilperson Miller Anderson. The next one is the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce. The regular now is Councilperson Spiritus, and this former councilperson is an alternate.
You want to keep it?
Mr. Spiritus, do you want to keep your position as the regular for the North Chamber of Commerce?
If no one else will volunteer, I'll stay in that position.
So now we need an alternate for the Palm Beach County North Chamber of Commerce.
I'll take the alternate.
Okay. Councilperson Miller Anderson will have the alternate if there are no other nominations for that alternate position. Hearing none, Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce, the regular is Councilperson Spiritus, the alternate is Councilperson Miller Anderson. Yikes. Palm Beach County North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee. I'm going to read to you who's on it. If you want to stay on it, you can. Or if somebody wants to make a recommendation for somebody else, we can do that as well. But the Palm Beach County North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, regular is Glenn Spiritus, the alternate is the city manager's designee.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to recommend Councilman Guyton for that position.
Mr. Guyton, do you want to be the regular for the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee?
Yes, I'll accept that. Thank you.
Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, Councilperson Guyton is the regular and the alternate is a city manager's designee. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Government
Madam
Affairs.
Chair, can we have an alternate rather than the city manager's recommendation? I'd like to recommend Councilwoman Davis Pannier for that position as the alternate.
Okay, Ms. Davis Bernier, are you willing to accept the alternate for this? Okay, very good. So we have Councilperson Guyton as the regular, and the alternate is Councilperson Davis Bernier. Next one, Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee. We have Councilperson Miller Anderson as the regular and a former member as the alternate.
I'd like to keep that.
I recommend Ms. Miller Anderson.
Okay, she is the regular. She want.
Mhm.
Will you keep that, Miss? Okay. Who's the alternate you want for Palm Beach North Chamber Government Affairs Committee?
I would recommend you, Ms. Chair.
Me? Okay. It says it's via Zoom, so I might can do that one. I'll take the alternate as the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee. The next one is the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency. The regular is Councilperson Spiritus. The alternate is a former member. I would like to nominate Councilperson Bruce Guyton as the regular. Any other nominations for regular for this post? Hearing none, Mr. Guyton will be the Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency regular. We need an alternate. Any nominations for alternate?
I recommend Mr. Spiritus if you would accept it.
Will you accept, Mr. Spiritus?
I mean, Dr. Spiritus, I'm sorry.
Dr.
No.
Spiritus, will you accept?
If no one else will take it, I will take that position.
All right. Port of Palm Beach, regular is a former member, alternate is myself. I'll take the regular. Do we have anybody who wants to be the regular other than myself? Regular? All right, very good. I'll take the alternate. Riviera Beach Education Committee, I am a regular. The alternate is the city manager's designee. I would like to keep that regular status for the advisory committee.
I recommend you.
Thank you, sir. The alternate is the city manager's designee. Ooh, that's it. All right, so could you read those back to us quickly, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And then we can make a vote on it.
For the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County, the regular is Councilperson Davis Penier. The alternate is Councilperson Spiritus. For the Issues Forum, Councilperson Guyton is the regular, and the alternate is Councilperson Spiritus. For the North County Intergovernmental Committee, the regular is Councilperson Spiritus, with the alternate being the city manager designee. The Palm Beach County League of Cities General Members, the regular is Chairperson Lanier, and the alternate is Councilperson Davis Panier. Palm Beach County School District, the regular is Chairperson Lanier, and Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson is the alternate. Palm Beach North Chambers of Commerce, the regular is Councilperson Spiritus, alternate Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, regular is Councilperson Guyton, alternate is Councilperson Davis Panier. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee, regular is Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson, alternate Chairperson Lanier. Palm Beach County Transportation Planning Agency, regular Councilperson Guyton, alternate Councilperson Spiritus. Port of Palm Beach, regular Councilperson Davis Panier, alternate Chairperson Lanier. Riviera Beach Education Advisory Committee, Chairperson Lanier, with the alternate being the city manager designee.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
With regards to any of these particular meetings that may cause conflict, if the board was just to inform staff, we can make sure that staff is there to be able to take notes and represent the city and then report back to the alternate as well as the regular member.
Good, that works. So if you can't make a meeting, please contact the city manager's office so that someone can show up for the meeting. A motion to approve these board appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Panier, Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus, Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you. Our next item, 3D.
Item 3D, resolution number 4125, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the execution of a professional auditing services agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and CBIZ CPAs PC for external auditing services obtained through a request for proposal number 1130-24-4 totaling $333,930 for an initial 3-year period with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year renewal periods, authorizing the Director of Finance to make payments from the appropriate account and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have comment cards on this item. The acceptance of comment cards is now closed.
Motion to approve resolution
So moved.
number 4125.
So moved.
Second. Ms. Ammons.
Hi, good evening, council, and to the public. RFP 1130-24-4 was issued for an external auditor per the guidelines outlined in Florida Statute 218.391. Accordingly, the RFP was issued on Tuesday, September 4th, 2024. It was closed on Thursday, October 17th, 2025. And it was 2024, and it was evaluated Tuesday, February 3rd, 2025. The RFP evaluation factors were outlined in the RFP as follows: experience and expertise, personnel, qualifications, approach, references, price, and a principal office location. The initial evaluation committee comprised of 5 individuals serving on the audit committee. But at the start of the meeting, one member recused herself due to a conflict of interest, and another had not reviewed the packages before the meeting. This resulted in 3 members evaluating the proposals, which is supported by Florida Statute 218-391, Item 2B. The evaluation committee met, scored, and ranked the vendors as follows. Number one was Markham LLP with 87.04 points. Second was S. Davis with 74.33 points. And lastly, HCT with 74-10 points. I wanted to note the following. There were 3 addendums issued for this particular RFP. But one item to note specifically is we were asked on the proposal sheet if the pension funds were needed, and the answer was no. So on the 3 proposal sheets, they appeared different, but that missing information we told the vendors was not required. All vendors accepted and signed addendum number 3, asking if they could, they understood that they didn't have to provide that pricing, and that was acceptable. And then lastly, the evaluation committee meeting selected Markham, and the procurement department was notified at that time or afterwards that there was a name change. And so we are asking or seeking approval to engage in a contract with Markham, now known as CBIZ. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment cards, please.
The first speaker is Nakasha Wells.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Council, Nakasha Wells, West Palm Beach. First, the resolution before you this evening under item 3D for the City of Riviera Beach to enter into contract with CBIZ CPAs PC. This entity did not submit a response to this RFP. Markham LLP is actually the company that submitted a response, and as in effect, as an entity no longer exists. So under Section 9 of the general terms and conditions of the original solicitation, proposers shall not transfer, convey, pledge, subcontract, or assign the performance required by this solicitation without prior written consent of the Director of Procurement. No such written requirement or written authorization was in the backup, so we are assuming that no such authorization was given by the Director. Additionally, Markham was given 10 points for having its principal place of business in Palm Beach County, which it is not. Upon cursory inspection of the SunBiz and DBPR, their principal place of business is located either on SunBiz in Miami, Florida, and DBPR in Fort Lauderdale. And further, because of the fact that they've been absorbed, as we just heard, by CBiz, their actual principal place of business is in Kansas City, Missouri. Why is that important? Because points were actually allocated to each of the vendors for their office location. So for them to misrepresent where their actual principal place of business is gave them additional points that they should not have been afforded. Further, the Director of Procurement, although being advised, the letter that was in the backup stated that the absorption of Markham LLP by CBiz was done November of 2024. However, this information was not provided to the selection committee who met in February of 2025. Markham also failed to advise the city in its proposal that it in 2023 had been the subject of an SEC investigation and a subsequent $10 million penalty, and I quote, for systemic quality control failures and violations of audit standards. Nowhere in its proposal did it disclose to the City of Riviera Beach anything about this investigation or the subsequent penalty. Additionally, it is normal course of business in these types of proposals that regular litigation is not disclosed because companies get sued all of the time. But for a regulatory body like the SEC to actually investigate and find them for quality control violations, that should have been disclosed to the city. And I'm out of time, so that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Tanya Davis.
Hello, good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to once again propose on the city's audit. It's good to see some of the familiar faces from last time around where, as you may remember, we were ranked number one. We proposed again this year with a strong team having 23 plus years of tenure with SDA and competitive pricing. However, we were now ranked number two. I'm in attendance tonight just in case you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comments.
Are there any questions from the board in regards to this item?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so Ms. Wells brought up many of the issues that I wanted to bring up and discuss. So I wanted to ask, first we'll go back to one that she didn't bring up, but you brought it up with question to why didn't we require all the people responding to fill out like the police, fire, pension fund and these things? Why weren't they required to be included? Because wouldn't that make a difference in the amount of money that they're
Chair, if I may?
giving? Yes.
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, the question was, vendors have an opportunity to ask questions for all solicitations. They ask them for clarification. And the question presented was, the price proposal form lists the general employees pension plan, police and fire retirement system, and the executive employees retirement plan. However, the RFP stated that the police and firefighters pension trust fund are audited by other auditors. So there was a kind of a error in the RFP. And so for clarification, the answer was we only need the general employees and retirement plan. And so a new price form wasn't necessarily posted as it could have been, but if her answer was sufficient, then that is why two of the proposals left that blank.
1 second, Miss Ammons.
Mhm.
Is there some knocking? Where is that coming from? Yeah. I don't know if it's the microphone or not. Yeah. All right, maybe it is just because he's added more speakers in the room. Maybe it's that. I'm sorry, Ms. Ammons.
Oh, so we didn't provide a new pricing sheet, but because of that answer, then the vendors knew that they didn't have to answer that particular question.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
Follow
sir.
up? Okay, so now, I also believe that they received 10 points for being a local vendor, and clearly they're not. Would that change the ranking?
It would not change the ranking because, well, first, let me state on the record that we had the West Palm Beach tax receipts. And so that was submitted. And then in their application, they had a West Palm Beach address. And so that's why they had the 10 points for West Palm Beach company. However, they received 10 points. Outside of Florida, outside of Palm Beach, you receive 5. And outside of Florida, you receive 2. So whether we award them 5 points or 2 points, or deduct 5 or deduct 8, they're still the first ranked vendor based upon the points.
But Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so when people give us an address, do we verify that address? Do we go there to actually see if they're running a business there?
No,
Or are
we have
just taking
never.
everybody's word?
Unfortunately, we have never driven to actually see if they have an actual business presence there. I don't believe that's been done in the history here. However, it is an issue that my staff and I did discuss as early as this morning, as far as, just moving forward, how do we approach just that particular section? A lot of the purchase orders, a lot of the RFPs from a historical standpoint give points for principal office location. And my question this morning was, historically, as you all know, I'm recently new. Why was that, right? What do we have to prove that particular office? And do we just stick with the local businesses here in the city of Riviera Beach? So number one, no, we do not drive by. And number two, we do see that as a concern. And sometimes it is brought up as a topic, right? Because, where are they? Where are they located? Do they get the particular points? And so we never even had the bandwidth or staff to actually drive and see if that place is viable. And then two, the question is, if we drive someplace and we look, what are we looking for? Is it a secured office building and we go in? Is it a place where someone has done, rented office spaces? We just don't know from our naked eye, but I'm looking forward to addressing that question and concern in RFPs and ITBs moving forward.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm concerned about that because we give points in ratings based upon that. What would stop someone from saying, I'm going to rent an office a desk in your office for a week and
Correct.
claim I'm a Riviera Beach,
Mhm.
vendor when you're really not?
Correct.
I think we have to have something that's more proof of where someone's doing their business. And second, as Ms. Wells said in her public comment, you're not allowed to assign your rights according to our RFP, and these people clearly did. So how do we handle that? Or is that a question for council?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Spirit, my understanding is that it was not an assignment, that it was a merger. And we did take a look at the merger documents and found them to be satisfactory.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So then, in your opinion, Councilwoman, this is not an assignment, this is a merger, and they're two different things.
Correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
is there a difference between a principal office versus a satellite versus a branch office? Because principal office, when I look at Sunbiz and other documents for both S. Davis and Associates and CBiz CPAS, like she said, one is Missouri, one is Florida, but it says principal address. So that's what I thought that we should be scoring on, the principal address.
Chair, if I may, I would agree. We would need to look at definitions too of principal and clearly outline it. I think it is up to the vendors necessarily to keep their records updated in some biz. And what happens is vendors probably move, anywhere. They may or may not. I can't, conjecture. So we do have to define that and offer that definition in the RFP so our vendor community is aware. I can say historically in my profession, I've never had this come up because we didn't give points. So I've never given points in my professional career from a perspective, a local or principal. So we need to do our due diligence, and I will for the department to actually define how we define principal in those documents. If we continue to give points, right, we need to clean that up.
Follow up, I'm okay with points because on many grants, you get points for who you serve, the demographics, or what have you. That's not unusual. But what's unusual is pretty much every document, none of these register agent places, many of these are not they're definitely not in Palm Beach County. But some of them are in Florida, some of them are in New York, some of them are all over the place. I mean, I don't think it's kind of obvious that there's an issue there for me. That they are not.
Madam Chair?
And can I just finish one thing?
Yes, go
And
ahead.
even with Ms. S. Davis, I think she got 10 points as well. And hers is in Hollywood, Florida. So, yeah, I just see a discrepancy with the points. And I don't think that was like a difficult thing. I just feel like that's something that should have been addressed a little differently. That's me. I'm not the procurement director though, but I'm just saying, I think that's different. Now, also, you mentioned the police and fire retirement system. So you said that that's done separately. We know that. But you didn't mention that the executive employees retirement plan was separate. So you mentioned that could have been filled out, correct?
What the answer that was provided to the public was, the question is, which pension plans are included in the scope of this RFP? The answer provided was General Employees Retirement Plan. So because it's just the General Employees Retirement Plan, then we anticipated they would only provide pricing for those plans. They did not have to provide pricing for the other two.
Understood, but two of the people, which is why I requested that
Let me stop
information.
you, Ms.
I'm
Mayor,
sorry,
one
I'm
second.
sorry.
No, it's okay. I was gonna tell Ms. Evans to move back from your, because it's really,
Oh,
you got speakers all over now, so you don't have to get close to
Oh,
the
okay,
mic.
thank
So
you.
that hitting I hear was you enunciating your vowels and, all right, fine. Go ahead, Ms. Panera.
Okay,
Ms.
so my
Davis,
follow-up was the employee, so the fact that two of the other bidders did not complete that section, what does that mean? Does that mean their application, their proposal was incomplete? Because you just said the police was pretty much, it didn't have to be done, but you did not say that the executive employees retirement plan didn't need to be done.
It didn't have to be done either, because the question was submitted from the vendor, which pension plans are included in the scope? And the answer is the General Employees Retirement Plan. So the other ones were obsolete. Unfortunately, the procurement professional didn't provide an updated cost sheet to remove those two columns. But that is why vendor rank number 1 and 2 didn't complete it. They didn't provide pricing because the answer to the question on the addendum was only the general employee and retirement plans are included in the scope.
And who would have, I'm sorry, follow up, one last thing. Who would have been responsible for removing those off of the sheet? Like, would it have been that difficult? Because this is a major contract. Like,
So it's the employee who conducted the solicitation is no longer here. It is not a right or wrong, it's just a preference, right? As a procurement, some of us would have provided a form and some of us would not have. It isn't an issue of right or wrong. We answered, there was a clarification, and the others didn't submit a pricing. The one who did submit a pricing chose to, but they didn't have to because we answered in the addendum that they didn't have to, and they acknowledged that.
follow up, last question.
Mhm.
So, does that, Madam Chair?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, you have to work with me on this.
Nah, that's-
I get talking. So my question, I guess, would be, if that agency or that vendor had not chosen that, would that have impacted his score or her score or who?
I'm not sure. I have to go by what was submitted.
Is that it, Ms. Davis Panera?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I have Mr. Spears and then you. Did you,
No, I don't follow.
all right, go ahead. Mr. Guy, I'm sorry, Councilperson Guy.
Thank you. I'm very bad with names, I'm sorry.
Evans.
Adams.
Evans.
Evans. What
You
is
said
it?
Evans. Evans, A-M-M.
Ammons,
A-M-M-O-N-S.
A-M-M-O-N-S.
Oh.
It's okay.
Amaz.
No, it's okay.
Okay. Question.
Yes, sir.
Wait, let me back up. When the original RFP was submitted for Markham, was the had they made the merger yet?
Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
No.
No. When the evaluation was done, was it done on the merger credentials or the original company credentials?
During the evaluation meeting, we were not aware of the merger, and we evaluated Markham.
When you say Markham, is
The
that
original
the
company.
original one?
Yes, sir.
So there was no evaluation regarding the merger?
No, and that we would not have evaluated because the solicitation had closed back in October. And so we evaluated based upon the documents that were submitted at the closure.
Okay. Was there any knowledge or investigation of the company being fined for quality control?
No, sir.
Were you aware of, and let me say this, not just for staff, but for the public. I don't do trick questions, so any questions I'm asking, I'm not trying to trip staff up. I'm trying to get an understanding of what they knew. And it's very important to me that the dialogue is respectful and not condescending. So I just want to throw it out there. So these questions are not trying to trip staff up. So the knowledge of a fine, was there any knowledge before tonight of that?
No, sir.
Do you think that we need to confirm or deny before we move forward on this? If there are major problems and they have been fined and it just came to our attention, do you think we need to at least look into that before we move forward?
I'm going to yield to legal on that question.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So procurement and I have not discussed this, and this is, if it had come up, this is something we would have discussed. I would think as part of your evaluation, if it was something you would have evaluated before, it's something you need to evaluate now.
I think so too.
Yes, and we would evaluate for all of the proposals.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So should we table this item until you do your investigations?
Okay.
Wait, can I
No,
finish?
okay, hold on.
Yeah, I'm talking to staff right now.
Hold on. You asked the question.
Yes, I asked the
Yes.
question
Okay.
to staff, since legal said that, as I understand it, that it should at least be looked into. Is that my understanding, Lee?
If it's something they would have evaluated before, then yes, because they did not consider it because they didn't know about it.
Yes,
Now they know.
now they know. Yes, and the vote hasn't been taken. We haven't awarded the contract, so there's time to do it.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so my question was, do you suggest tabling this? I mean, it's a decision for us to make, but I want to get staff feeling on this.
If
Or legal, but maybe that's a legal question. Ms. Nguyen, how do you suggest we move forward? Do you think we should table this? I want to know what the results are before I vote on it.
So can I have a dialogue with procurement right now and ask a couple of questions
Yes, go ahead.
to get some clarification?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
If the board would allow for us to move to other agenda items so we can, as staff, just huddle up on that particular item and then come back to, because this is news to all of us, and then we can provide the board with a recommendation as to what staff's comments are to how to move this forward or look to invariably table this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
is it critical that we approve this tonight? When did the contract expire on the existing CPA firm?
I believe it is critical to approve this item because we have to provide an audit to the state by June 30th. But we do want to do our due diligence as well. And so we were just told of this issue, tonight here at the floor. I can promise you if someone had just emailed or called or had a question to me, we would have looked at it and we would, our decision would have been based upon that finding for all of them. I can tell you that moving forward, we're going to add that as part of the, solicitations as far as, and ask a specific question. I do, and I've said this before, I take you guys' questions, I take them back, and we try to make process improvements and try to avoid that. But no one called or left an email just to say, hey, were you aware? I understand we are under a cone of silence, but this is it. This is vital to the city. It's vital to our reputation. It is something that we will need to look at. So yes, we need to have an audit complete to report to the state, but we also have to do our due diligence.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I ask a question to our financial director?
To the finance director?
Mhm.
Yes. Mr. Sherman?
And Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
just to provide a little bit of context, this selection process is different and is prescribed in state statutes. And so I did want to mention that the finance director was not involved, has not been involved in this process at all. So it's separate and apart and is called out in the statute as to how the committee is selected and the like. And so I just wanted to, for the public's edification.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if we tabled this for 2 weeks, do you think it would make a big difference in our ability to meet the deadlines for our audit?
I don't believe 2 weeks would make that much of a difference. I would think within 8-week time period, they should actually be able to finish up the audit, which would still leave us, that would take us right to the end of June. So no, I don't think 2 weeks would be critical.
Okay, that's it. Simple question. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, one last question. Director Emmons, please help me out. When it says changes and alterations, proposer may change or withdraw a request for proposal at any time prior to the request for proposals submission deadline. However, no oral modifications will be allowed. Modifications shall not be allowed following the request for proposals deadline. Can you just tell me how that fits in all of this?
And so you're reading from the solicitation?
Yes.
I mean, can you tell me just what page? I have it right here.
RFP 11. So, and then right under it, it says material modification and or alterations to the verbiage or documents herein made by the proposers is expressly prohibited and is not enforceable. Modifications and or alterations may render the request for proposal submission void and bar the proposer from consideration in connection with this solicitation.
Okay. So they haven't made a modification to their proposal. They haven't made a change. They haven't, wanted to add a period or anything. It is a legal name change. I've sought legal counsel as well as internal and two on the outside. And so, this happens and, as far as businesses merging and changing. Another thing that I initially thought of was based upon the RFP factors, right? We didn't ask for financial status. So if we had yes, because it would be different from a new company, but its experience and expertise and personnel qualifications, those were the factors that we evaluated and priced. And so because I look at it strategically, even with a merger, would some of those factors have changed? Financial, absolutely, right? Your financial package, but not these. And it was, again, both legal decisions outside of Ms. Nguyen said, yes, it's a name change. It happens. Yes, you can move forward. You look at the merger documents, they registered. We're okay to proceed. I wouldn't have presented the recommendation without seeking legal counsel. I wouldn't have brought it here, if I just wasn't advised that, yes, I could. But they didn't change their, what they said they could do and how they would do it has not changed because of a merger.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, are you done?
Well, okay, well, I wanted to ask the questions. I know you may not have done that, but I just need to get answers for myself. So,
No, not a problem.
thank you.
We're here. We're one team.
Let me say this. There seems to be a lot of conversations about this item. There is, I'm assuming, a consensus that it won't get resolved tonight because she has to do some more work. with this. So I will take back my second or my so moved so that we
I was
can,
about to actually make a substitute motion to table for 2 weeks. That's what I was about to do.
well, we have to take it off the table first.
Or make however the parliamentary procedures, I think
Yeah.
a substitute motion would work. But if you want to, take your motions off the table and make a new one, we can go that route too.
I'll take back my so moved. I think you had a second, Ms. Miller Anderson. Who had the second? Okay, so you go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, I
Mr.
move that we table this item until our next regularly scheduled council meeting.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
do we want to postpone it or you want to table it? Because you have to.
That's a good question. Tabling it would just bring it off the table and we'll continue our discussion.
Right.
Postponing it would, say that essentially the same thing. If we have a definite time that we're postponing it to, it's still gonna,
So you want to table it to the April?
so either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay,
What is the board more comfortable with? Are you more comfortable with the postpone?
Well, Madam Chair, only because based on their conversation, it may or may not take that long. And if we feel that we need to call a special meeting to meet quicker, if they need the time, then we could do it by leaving it a little open.
Okay. I'll use postponement, but let me say this. We have an auditor in place now. So it's not, let me ask that question. Do we have the previous auditor in place now? They're still here until working for us?
I believe Mr. Sherman can answer
Okay,
that.
wait. No, I don't want to extend this conversation anymore. Because I'm gonna tell you, and let me make this announcement. I'm a new council person, and I've told staff this, I'm gonna tell my colleagues this. I would not be standing here till 11, 12, 1 o'clock at night. That's not gonna happen with me.
Okay, we shall see.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, I will be leaving if you all want to stay, but it's not fair to the public and it's not fair to
Yes,
staff.
I totally agree.
So, but no, I'm serious. I'm not standing here 11, 12 o'clock at night.
All right,
Okay,
and,
so I have a motion I'm gonna put on the floor
Yes,
for
sir.
postponement, until the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus. Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
All right. So that'll come back at the next meeting. The next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we are on item 6A, proclamation declaring April 2025 as Second Chance Month.
Could I, members of the reentry program up front, please? Oh, that was the audible.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
did we vote on the consent agenda?
Yes, sir.
I thought we just voted on adopting the agenda, approving the agenda. I don't think we did the consent agenda.
Yeah,
Did
we
we?
did.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll check afterwards too. With the reentry staff up front, I wanted to present a proclamation declaring the month of April as Second Chance Month. Whereas the city of Riviera Beach recognizes the importance of providing individuals with opportunities for successful reentry into our community after involvement with the criminal justice system. And whereas more than 600,000 men and women leave American prisons every year, more than 11 million people annually cycle through our nation's jails, national recidivism rate tops 50%, and thousands of adults and juveniles return from incarceration to Palm Beach County each year. Whereas the city of Riviera Beach acknowledges individuals in their reintegration efforts, promotes safer communities, reduces recidivism, and fosters positive social and economic outcomes for all residents. And whereas the work that has been done by the county's reentry task force and the Riviera Beach Reentry Center plays an integral role in the county's collaborative efforts that has made Palm Beach County a national leader in reentry services. The city of Riviera Beach is committed to breaking down barriers to reentry and promoting second chance for individuals who have paid their debt to society. For individuals who have paid their debt to society. For individuals who have paid their debt to society, including access to employment, education, and housing, and other essential resources. Whereas the citizens returning to Riviera Beach in Palm Beach County have benefited from the important work of the community partners who have cut recidivism rate in half and provided returning citizens unprecedented access to job training, healthcare, housing, case management, and have put thousands of individuals on a path to a productive, successful life. April has been designated as Reentry Month, a time to raise awareness about the challenges faced by criminal justice involved persons and to celebrate the potential of all individuals to contribute to our community. And during Reentry Month, the City of Riviera Beach reaffirms its dedication to creating a supportive and inclusive environment where all individuals are given the opportunity to rebuild their lives and realize their full potential. Now, therefore, be it finally resolved that I, Shirley Lanier, City Council Chairperson of the City of Riviera Beach, by the power vested in me, by the residents of Riviera Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Reentry Month. In Riviera Beach, I urge all residents to recognize the importance of supporting individuals in their reentry journey and to work together to create a more just and equitable society for all. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Ori Bullard, and I have the privilege of being the director of your reentry center. First off, I want to thank the City of Riviera Beach for supporting our mission since 2007. You guys have been an avid supporter of our mission. We have our team here. Our team has grown over the years, and we are ecstatic about the opportunities that we have. I want to thank Councilperson Lanier for supporting us throughout the years. Your leadership has been a beacon of light toward those who are, struggling to get back on track, and we're here to kind of help that process. I want to thank City Manager Evans and Assistant City Manager Jacobs for providing valuable leadership throughout the years to keep our program growing. If you guys would give me 20 seconds really quick, I remember growing up, spending time with my grandfather on 23rd Street in Monroe Heights as a 6 or 7-year-old, and he'd take us out to Arcadia and Immokalee, Clewiston, and he'd have us to pick sugarcane, watermelons, turnip green, mustard greens, all of those things, and we were so small. We'd get to the watermelons, and we'd be like, "Granddad, how am I going to lift this? It's too heavy. We're so small." And he said, "Get together and put your weight on it." I didn't know what that meant as a child, but as I grow up, I understand what put your weight on it is and collaboration of partnering. And so I just want to thank the City of Riviera Beach for putting your weight on it and leveraging all the resources that you all have to push this mission forward. Thank you to our team for putting your weight on it and leveraging what you have every day as valuable workers of this city and impacting the lives of those who are unfortunate and made some bad decisions to help them get back on track. And thank you to Councilwoman Lanier for putting your weight on it over the years and supporting us through all of our efforts, and also to our other councilmen and councilwomen there. So thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts. We thank you all as a city, and also to our residents for supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ori, and the team of the reentry program for the city of Riviera Beach, who do an excellent job with our returning citizens and making sure that when people get out of jail, get out of prison, have a job, and have access to services. So thank you again for that. We will go to our next item. Yeah, we have a quorum. Can we go to our next item, please?
Madam Chair, we are on item 8A, ordinance number 4278, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, zoning, Article 8, Florida-friendly landscape regulations, Section 31-609, development landscape requirements, in order to allow working waterfront projects within the downtown marine zoning district and projects within the Port Future Land Use District to request to provide a contribution to pay in lieu of meeting landscape requirements for consideration by City Council at time of site plan consideration, with associated regulations for contribution calculation and reserve funds allocation for future landscaping expenditures, provided for applicability, conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have one public comment card on this item. The acceptance of the public comment cards in this item is now closed.
Stop. Ordinance number 4278. So moved. We don't have a second. Oh, we have a member back.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, and Madam Attorney. For the record, I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services for the City of Riviera Beach. The item before you is the first of 3 applications on tonight's agenda from the applicant Safe Harbor Marinas in their effort to establish and expand a existing boatyard within our city. The first item is related to a proposed amendment to the city's land development regulations as it relates to required landscaping on site. For this presentation on this item, I will yield the floor to Principal Planner Curtis Thompson, who has been the project manager for this project for the past 2+ years. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Kurt Thompson, Principal Planner for the City of Riviera Beach. You heard the city clerk give the announcement regarding the ordinance. And so I will just move on forward. What you have here before you is the wording of the ordinance, which is a working waterfront project within the downtown Marine District. I won't read it all because you can all see it in writing and on the board at this time. Safe Harbor's request is requesting a modification to the downtown marine land development regulations to provide a fee in lieu of meeting the landscape requirements. The request from Safe Harbor also includes a request for abandonment of the right-of-way that falls within the current boatyard area operation and for site plan approval of their enhanced and consolidated facility. I will be getting to you regarding the abandonment, excuse me, and the site plan in a future presentation. I just right now want to keep it solely to the text amendment. What you have here is an overview of the subject area. You have here is the location where approximate location where Safe Harbor is. This amendment is going to affect just the downtown marine area and the port area. The port area is in this area, zone industrial, general industrial, and of course the Safe Harbor area is zoned both downtown marine and downtown core. Safe Harbor is requesting a modification to the downtown marine land development regulations to provide a fee in lieu of meeting landscaping requirements. The request from Safe Harbor also includes a request for abandonment of the right-of-way, as I said previously. Moving on to the second point, the proposed amendment will allow these facilities to utilize more of their property for the needed hardened surface that they need for their use. The cost of the landscaping will be provided to the cities for the city's use for future landscape beautification. Here you see is a payment in lieu fee table. As you can see, the total amount will be approximately $277,023. There's a breakdown here of each item. I will want to bring to the Madam Chair and to the board's attention that given the economy and the ups and downs of prices, this is an example of what's currently right now. Of course, as you all know, prices always will tend to go up. So this is just to give you an idea as of this day, as of April 2nd of 2025.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Sermons, this 277,000, approximate 277,000, will that money be spent in the neighborhood where the project is happening, or could that money be used anywhere in the city?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
The way the ordinance is written right now, any funds collected under this proposed text amendment would go into a new escrow account for city landscaping and beautification. That does not stop council from directing funds from that account to certain projects, but as the ordinance is currently worded, it does not go directly to a neighboring neighborhood, but to a account for that purpose.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So I personally believe that the ordinance should be written so that the funds being collected in a project similar to this should go into the adjacent community, or if it's two sides, two adjacent communities where the project is happening, because they're the ones that are being directly impacted. They're giving something up for this project. They're living with the non-landscaping area.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
If it is the board's desire to effectively do that, we can make the appropriate amendments to the ordinance to provide for that to go into the adjacent community. But the other side of it is that the fund will be created, and any appropriations, obviously over the manager's purchasing authority, will have to come back to this board for the purpose of an appropriation. So you do have some mechanisms in there, so it could not be assigned to another project unless there was a situation that the board authorized it. So if it is something to amend the ordinance, you can certainly do that, because I don't think that's substantive in nature that would require going through additional readings.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think, Mr. Manager, I just think that it would be easier and we'd be more consistent if we just put it in the ordinance and then we just authorized you to spend the money when you came up with your project. But at least we knew that it's going into that neighborhood and that it would no longer be debatable.
Madam Chair.
Just go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion that we amend the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, where the funds being collected for the landscaping will be used in the neighborhoods or neighborhood directly adjacent to the project area.
I'll second that motion. On discussion, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Sermon, maybe I misunderstood today when we had the agenda review. This issue came up about the funds being spent in the neighborhood there. Do you recall that discussion, my friend?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, this particular project, as will be disclosed as we go through the other agenda items, would be making multiple contributions to the city. The one related to this text amendment The way the ordinance has been written puts it in a general fund. There's another proposed contribution, which is the next agenda item for an abandonment. And that one, we have been clear for some time that that money would be split for certain purposes. And then there's a third related to infrastructure offsite that also has some language to it. So there's three different ones, and that's
Okay,
why.
okay. I understand now. So the one that we had the discussion on today was a different project. I mean, related to this project, but a different phase of the project.
That's correct.
Okay, okay, that's all I have.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
So the amendment that we would be making now does not impact those other two, or it does?
Yes, go ahead.
I would say the proposed amendment would bring this contribution in consistency with the following related to the abandonment. So in both cases, the proceeds would be split by the affected neighborhoods.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Before we make take a motion on that, or vote on that, let me get public comment for this, Ms. Hall.
Madam Chair, we have one public comment card. Brandy Davis Balsamo.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Brandy Davis Balsamo. I am a resident in Lakeview Park, the neighborhood that we were just discussing. I'm also the president of the neighborhood association that was created because of this project. I would just like to say that, we as a community have put in a lot of work. We have spent over 2 years. We've had dozens of conversations with various stakeholders, including Safe Harbor. We brought in attorneys, we brought in outside expertise. Fortunately, Safe Harbor has worked with us and has made some alterations, and we support this project. But the reality is that neighborhood has suffered adverse impact for decades. There was no planning when whatever decisions were made and those marine businesses went in, and we have suffered because of it and continue to suffer. We're going to talk about some of those issues, but there's a desperate need for funding because there's been no funding put into that neighborhood for decades. That's a fact. Nothing has been done. And we're supportive of the growth in the downtown corridor, and we're supportive of companies like Safe Harbor who are willing to lift the area up and do the right thing and be good neighbors. But there are a lot of commercial marine businesses that are not good neighbors. They're not supportive of Riviera Beach, and frankly, they're trying to keep that area down. We've got people that are hauling boats with trailers with, 6 tires and huge boats that are coming through consoles and everything, and they're coming through 4, 5, 6 times a day, back and forth, because it's more convenient for them to go through the neighborhood. They treat that neighborhood like a boatyard. We have residences that they're just illegal marinas. No one does anything about it, but they're sitting there. They've got, multiple boats on the property. People are doing work on the boats on open ground right next to the Intracoastal. You talk about pollution. I mean, it's crazy. And it's all because there's no planning, there's no mitigation, and people look out and say, well, if he's allowed to do it, I'm allowed to do it. So it's just the Wild West in there. And that keeps the area down. That's the blight, and that's against the CRA goals. So all we're asking is that some funds, not all, but some of the funding goes to the neighborhood so we can sit down, we can vote, and we can actually mitigate, plan like other neighborhoods have done, and protect the people who live there. So I hope that you would support this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we did have another public comment card that was submitted from Erica Davis.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. Welcome back, board. Let's get down to business. Before you approve anything for Safe Harbor, we have a very important question. I have a piece of paper here that I would like for you all to receive and put it into record. I would like for Safe Harbor to answer this question of Blackstone purchasing Safe Harbor for $5.65 billion. And before you approve any rezoning and access roads and everything, we want to know what the future plans are, because none of the residents didn't know, except for the ones that live over there. But this is a city, an entire city, not just their area. It's going to affect their area, whatever future plans they have. And we need to know before you approve anything and change anything, why and how they didn't tell us that they were purchased by Blackstone, one of the biggest investment companies.
Madam Chair, that is the end of public comment for this item.
Okay, very good. Are there any other questions from the board in regards to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there anyone from Safe Harbor here?
I was going to say that. Thank you, Mr. Guyton, for asking. Mr. Colby Cooper is here, and Mr. Eric Herska is also here. Mr. Herska is the Vice President, General Manager. Mr. Cooper is the planning consultant for the project. They're both here in the audience, and I'm sure they're more than happy to answer your questions.
Okay, Madam Chairman. The first question is related to Mrs. Davis' information about you all being acquired, which it wouldn't make much difference if, the business is still run in a quality manner. So I'm not asking that question thinking that there's something uncouth with it, but I would like to know, are you being purchased? Would management change? Would there be any operational changes?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Colby Cooper. I'm the Chief Development Officer of Safe Harbor Marinas. Thank you for this question. The transaction was publicly announced in February. The deal is not finalized. I would say to you that the story of Safe Harbor is actually a very favorable one, and one that we appreciate the opportunity to clarify. And by that, Safe Harbor started as a small consolidated mom and pop marina corporation.
Excuse me, not to interrupt you, sir. I don't know if you were sitting here when I said that I won't be here to 11, 12, 1 o'clock. So wait.
Yes, sir.
So I don't need a dissertation.
Correct.
I just need a nutshell version.
The nutshell version is that over a series of multiple financial partners, Blackstone sees the marina industry as worthy of investment, and this will allow Safe Harbor to grow and invest in the communities in which we operate. We will maintain our leadership. Mr. Tim Sargent, who is head of Executive Vice President of Operations, is here tonight. He oversees our entire operations portfolio domestically and overseas. The fact of the matter is that this is the equivalent of who finances your house, who holds your mortgage. The autonomy that Blackstone is giving us is to continue with the core values and the mission that was originally cast. This is just an opportunity to fund our operations, take it to new levels, and really put the money where the mouth is, which is in the communities where our marinas operate.
Good.
We see this as a very good news story.
Okay, so there would be no operational or leader changes in Riviera Beach. Is that what I'm understanding?
As long as we do our jobs, we're all in place right now.
Oh,
yes.
Well, that would help. And the reason I asked that question, because this leadership has reached agreements with the neighbors.
That's correct.
And I wouldn't want to see a different leadership come in and not adhere to what has already been agreed to. I'm not sure if they got it in writing, if it's a contract, but I just want to make sure that what the neighbors were promised, it is delivered. And I really don't need a response.
May I say one thing though?
You can say one thing.
When the deal has been transpiring, this project in particular was used as a case study to explain the values and the approach of Safe Harbor.
Okay.
And we used the Ribavit project, and the site has been visited by Blackstone because we wanted to tell the good news story of how a project that went awry got back on track and how a very big project is beneficial. And that was through community engagement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, no, there's public comment.
I didn't run my 3 minutes out.
No,
I just have one thing to say.
I'm sorry, ma'am. You cannot speak. You have your opportunity
Okay,
to speak.
I'll do it in general comment.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions from the board in regards to this item?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, go ahead.
I believe there was a motion to amend the original motion to add language restricting the funds to the neighborhood, and I wanted to make sure we got the proposed language on the record before staff finalize or before council votes.
So the neighborhoods that are affected, that is the language.
I think you want to read it into the record.
That was Councilperson Spiritus's motion. Could you repeat that, Mr. Spiritus?
Yeah, I believe that what I said was that the funds would be spent in the neighborhoods directly adjacent to the project.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, call the vote.
We have an amendment on this item. Are there any other questions in regards to this amendment? Hearing none. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Davis Panier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
So our next item,
Madam Chair, we are on item 8B.
hold on one second, Madam Clerk. We are at 7:30 and we need to stop for our public comment before we go any further in the agenda. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the city council, which in that event, it shall begin sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded that the city council has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at these two big signs that you see in the middle here. Those are the rules of decorum for this city council meeting. If any of the rules are not adhered to, the city council chairperson may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. And I ask the clerk to give me a copy of these decorum statements. And number one is no talking during the meetings. Members of public will refrain from private conversations while meetings are in session. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, and similar demonstrations are not permitted. Number two, impertinent remarks prohibited. Any person making personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks, or who become boisterous while addressing boards of the city or while attending official meetings shall be removed from the room if so directed by the presiding officer. Turn off cell phones. That's number three. Cellular telephones, and this is how old this is, and electronic beepers or pagers that will emit a paging or telephone sound should not be used in the city council chambers and must be turned off during all meetings. Number four, obscene or insulting language prohibited. Any audience member acting or appearing in a lewd or disgraceful manner or who uses opprobrious, obscene, or insulting language at an official meeting or who does not obey the order of the presiding officer shall be censored by the presiding officer at the presiding officer's discretion. Number five, no food or beverage is allowed. Citizens or other visitors attending official meetings shall not bring food or drink into the city council chamber. All attendees shall refrain from eating food inside the council chamber. Number 6, do not approach the dais. Public comment cards. No audience member shall approach the dais immediately preceding the beginning of an official meeting and once the meeting commences. As it relates to the council and the CRA meetings, comment cards should be given to the legislative assistant who will hand them to the presiding officer. Public comment cards pertaining to a particular issue on the agenda must be given to the legislative assistant, and that is the city clerk, before the discussion of the item has begun. Sergeant at Arms, members of the police department, you see them in the room in all 3 corners here, shall be the sergeant of arms in the official meetings of the city of Riviera Beach and shall carry out all orders and instructions given by the presiding officers for the purpose of maintaining order and decorum in our meetings. Number 8, penalties. The presiding officer may direct the sergeant at arms to remove offenders from the council chambers if these rules are not followed. If the presiding officer shall fail to act, any board member may move to require enforcement of the rules, and the affirmative vote of the majority of the board shall require the presiding officer to act. And number 9, removal from meetings. Upon direction from the presiding officer, it shall be the duty of the sergeant at arms police officers to escort and/or remove any person from the council chambers, city hall, or city grounds who disrupt the meeting. Once removed, the sergeant at arms should attempt to calm the person and explain the law relating to Section 810.08 Florida statute, quote, trespass in structure or conveyance, and Section 871.01 Florida statutes disturbing schools and religious and other assemblies. Sergeant at arms has the discretion to arrest and charge the person in accordance with Sections 810.08 and 871.01 Florida statute as applicable. And those are the rules of decorum. And there are, this list is in the back table, and you can get a list of those. And I wanted to make sure that I read this into the record. I won't read it again, but that means that it is a part of the official record, and everyone in this building understands what is the expectation in regards to rules of decorum. Madam Chair, first, public comment, please.
Madam Chair, we have 16 public comment cards. The first speaker will be Lloyd Brown, followed by Mike Mahoney and Cindy March. Lloyd Brown. Mike Mahoney.
Mike Mahoney, so basically I can't say anything. I get property at 2120 Broadway, 2135 Broadway. I just real quick, there's a couple items, because I go back and forth across the street every day, across US 1. My customers do, other people do, and e-bikes are beginning to be a hazard. I know it's a problem all over the country, but I see them flying down my sidewalk. I'm out front locking up. And if I turn around and there's a guy come whizzing by me on an e-bike doing 15, 20 miles an hour, if I get hit, I'm not going to be a happy camper. I don't know legally what I can do about it. If you guys got any suggestions? I don't know about Florida, but I've seen them. They have actually e-bike right-of-ways in the road, which I think we really need to look at, because it's just going to be a matter of time when somebody gets hit and then all hell's going to break loose. I don't know what's going to happen with that, if that would happen. So please look into that for me if you would. The other thing is St. Mark's Soup Kitchen. They've been on the books for building something behind me to the west of me. I was wondering if there was anything on that, any information that you could give me, because there's an empty lot that's there. And it's just open for problems, garbage. There's constant garbage on it. I did call code enforcement. Looks like they got on them because they own the property. So, it's just a thing of maintenance for me. The alleyway behind my building, which I've been talking about for 20-something years, garbage and all that stuff. So that whole area back there, west of 22nd Street along the alleyway. And then, I got a minute left. Okay. The other thing is, I missed last week's, I think there was a meeting last week or something, I'm not sure. I was out of town. In regards to the right-of-way being used for parking along 22nd Street and having like 18 parking spots along it would be the south side of 22nd Street, which I'm all for. I've been asking the city to do something with that area for, God, I don't know, 10, 15 years at least. But my complaint is, I'm glad to see it coming, but my complaint is why the city, code enforcement, city manager, police, I don't care who it is, have never addressed that parking along that street. I mean, I've been here dozens of times. Now it looks like because Safe Harbor's coming in, they're going to finally do something, but this has been going on way too long, and I haven't seen anybody get fired. I haven't seen anybody been reprimanded. I haven't seen squat. So, it's just, it kills me how things go along. Potholes, parking's not regulated, boats parked in the street.
Thank you
So
much
who's
for
going to
your comment.
regulate those right-of-way
Thank
parking
you.
spots? That's what I want to know.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your questions.
The next speaker is Cindy March, followed by J.B. Dixon and Alan Ward.
Good evening, Council. First of all, I want to ask you all, since you all been re-elected or elected to the board, how are we going to move this city forward? Where do we go from here? Because we got to do better with these agendas, with backups. I'm so confused. And one thing about me, I admit when I'm confused. I'm not going to stand up here and sit down like I understand and know everything, because I don't. When you're pulling this off the item, then you're putting this on, you didn't tell us about 12A was moved to 8C. There's no 8C in here. It must be in a backup plan. I went to the lady that's handling the comments, and she had to tell me, put it up under 8C if you want to speak about it. That's utterly ridiculous. Now, if we're going to move this city forward, let's be transparent. Let's be able to let the people who don't know the basics. It's not fair to us as residents. So you all might want to look into that. And also, I want to say this. I know the mayor thing is coming up. You all pull that off and then put it to 8C. I don't feel like there's no discussion need to be needed tonight until we find out as residents who all the candidates are. Because little do you all know, somebody talking, and it's not good. It doesn't set an example for you all. I don't care if your friend help you get into office. Let's be transparent at all times. Don't pull it off to satisfy someone else's needs, whether I'm against that person or with that person. We got to do what's right for the residents of the city of Riviera Beach, not for our friends, not for the people who we sit around the table with, who we hate or do not like, or who we do like. We got to be up under one accord if we're going to move this city forward. You all say it's chaos. You know why a lot of people left? Because they are so confused. They say they're not feeling the vibe. Well, I'm not going to give up hope. I'm going to stand my ground with hope because I believe in the city of Riviera Beach. I don't care who the leader is. Because you know why? God's going to take care of his kids. God's going to take care of the senior citizens. God's going to take care of us. But y'all got to do better. Y'all got to show us that you all want it. And you're not showing us at the night because we're so confused. And we shouldn't be this way. Got to worry about what item we put this on. I had to tell two people what item to put it on in order for them their voice to be heard. You all got to stop letting Jonathan Evans make decisions on discussing things that shouldn't be discussed right now. It's just that simple. I'm calling it out. It's enough already.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is J.B. Dixon, followed by Alan Ward and Tiffany Williams.
First, J.B. Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach. And I definitely want to congratulate the two election winners who are on the dais tonight, Shirley Lanier and Bruce Guyton. Congratulations. I look forward to both of you leading us in a new direction of dignity and decorum during these council meetings that will begin to improve the image of Riviera Beach among those who have in the past watched these proceedings on TV and discussed over the lack of civility exhibited here. We now have a panel of 5 council representatives, 3 of whom were elected by the residents of Riviera Beach, and 2 of whom are not. I'm speaking of Councilperson Spiritus and Davis Paneer, who both were seated by default because their opponents were removed from the ballot by a technicality, and there therefore was no election because there was no competition. To these 2 councilpersons, Spiritus and Davis Paneer, I respectfully would ask that you both pay close attention to the positions taken by the 3 elected councilpersons, Guyton, Lanier, and Miller Anderson, because those positions reflect the wishes and the needs of the electorate, the citizens,
point of
the
order.
residents, the voters of Riviera Beach. Personal opinions and loyalties should not override the wishes.
Hold on, stop her clock, please. What is it?
Right, people speaking in public comment are supposed to address their comments directly to the chair, not the individual members of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, so I would hope that the council, including all its members, would keep in mind that personal opinions and loyalties should not override the wishes of the people of Riviera Beach. Please remember the oaths of office you all took. Particularly, we need an explanation of the endorsement of candidates by one of the council members. And those were candidates that his constituents did not want elected and made very clear in the election with overwhelming votes, 75% in one precinct. Actually, I think that if you pay closer attention to what your constituents want you to do, you are supposed to, all of you, represent all of the city. But each of you, aside from Councilperson Davis Paneer, each of you represent a district. So it is particularly important that you all represent the people in that district as well as the city as a whole. So again, congratulations to those of you who were newly elected, and I look forward to the kinds of changes that have been shown here tonight.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we called Lloyd Brown's name earlier. He is requesting to speak.
yes, Mr. Brown?
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown, and glad to see some new people in here. But I have some questions. There's a house. I know the code enforcement. Now, this may not have anything with safe harbor or all that, but there's a house they're building in Riviera Beach on Silver Beach Road by Mount Olive Church, and it's about as big as one of those trailers that you see on the boats over here, and it doesn't have a back door, and it's about it may be as long as from there to the other end, and it's about as wide as right here, and probably not no wider, but it don't have a back door. It just has a front door. And I mean, how can you just change something like that? I mean, there's several houses I see in Riviera Beach that only have one door, entrance. My neighbor, they made her take down her bars, on the windows, because they said she didn't have it where you can unlock it and get in and out. But yet the code enforcement, what I'm trying to say, they'll mess with somebody about the grass and whatever. I mean, if the grass caught on fire, that's no problem. But I mean, you should go look at this. I don't know how you let these things go on, and then you try to mess with somebody about the codes, you know what I mean, around their houses. And then you got this place, it looked like a trailer, but it's a house. And how can you pass that on the code enforcement when it doesn't have but one door, an entrance door? I mean, the house not widening in this area here. And I don't know, maybe y'all need to go by there and look at it. It's right by Mount Olive. And a guy told me, he said it doesn't have a door in the back. I didn't believe it, so I went around there and looked around it. Okay, I don't have too many things bad to say about you, but I hope that at least if we're gonna, okay, as far as the mayor, I didn't go over there and fill it out because I figured that it's already, decision already been made. So it's no use to me going, putting my name on there. It's like fool's gold, So yeah, or it's like, why should anybody, I don't know if the council's gonna pick the person, and then it seems like y'all already communicating together, like you already got your minds made up.
No comments from the audience, please.
You already got your minds made up, and I don't think that's right. And it's, another person was telling me, like, it's not gonna be the people's choice, even though you over the districts, it's gonna be your choice, which I don't think is right. And I don't think a lot of other people in here think is right. And look at that house on Silvies Road,
Thank you so
please.
much for your comments, sir.
The next speaker is Alan Ward, followed by Tiffany Williams and Chuck Ridley.
Hi, thanks for having me. And I put in a complaint back in October, on the 17th of October, 2024. I live on Yacht Harbor Drive over on Singer
I'm
Island.
sorry, sir. What's your name?
And, pardon me?
What is your name?
Alan Ward.
Okay.
And anyway, I put in this complaint, and the compliance officers, filed it on 10/17. They say that the compliance date was going to be 11/25. I've since been down to the department, the administration office 3 times, and they tell me that it's going to go to magistrate, and nothing has happened. I have a flatbed trailer parked on their front property, and there's also a storage trailer there, and the license plates are both expired on these trailers, and really nothing's getting done. And when I was last at the compliance office, I said I'd be back, and I was told, maybe we won't have time for you. That's what the officer told me. And now it's like, 5, 6 months later, these 2 trailers are still sitting on the property. And I would really like to get something done because it's an eyesore. So that's really all I have.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Evans, could you follow up with that gentleman?
Yeah, he's gonna give a synopsis once we.
Would you like the
Yeah, he's gonna go
case
through-
number? I have the case number.
No, he's gonna go.
He's gonna give
He's gonna go through
See,
a
I'm
synopsis of everybody who came up here.
see, I'm new and I was unaware.
The next speaker is Tiffany Williams, followed by Chuck Ridley and John Miller.
Good evening, Tiffany Williams. Good evening, everyone in respective places. I'm standing here as a resident and a union member with SEIU for the general employees. And with me is Mr. Chuck Ridley and Ernst Inez. So as a resident, I want to speak on former Councilman Douglas Lawson. He was an advocate for mental illness in our community and also ensuring the minority business owners had a fair chance in working in our city. And to the new council members, I was hoping that, I know you guys want to build your own platform, but is there any way to make sure that that does not drop in our city, drop through the loops, and no one get bamboozled through this procurement process? So as a union member, I want to put some things on record. Ms. Aretha Perry, she retired as an HR director way back in October, November 2014. Since her departure, the city has had 8 HR directors. 2 were interim, 1 was interim twice. Another thing I want to put on record, the former HR director, Ms. Jacqueline Bartley, when she was here, there were complaints under her leadership. Those complaints were not included in the mayor's report. Put that on record. There was an investigation in one department, but once she left, the investigation closed out. The employees didn't hear anything about it. And the employee that had a complaint on him was promoted to a supervisor position. I want to put that under the new HR director. I want to put that on record. Also, Mr. Guyton, you stated, I'm not always here, but I do watch. On March 19, one of your comments, you mentioned about.
Ma'am, you cannot address council members directly.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you.
You stated employee morale was one of your issues. So let me give you an issue that we had. There was a position in one department, a supervisor position. An employee he applied for that position, internal employee, 21-year employee, the value, the history of this city. They overlooked him and brought somebody in from New York to put in that position. So when we talk about employee morale, we have a lot of work to do because the employees that has also sat in positions while there was no department heads, and when these department heads come in the city to replace them, the employees that sat in there, they come in and they mistreat these employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Chuck Ridley.
Thank you. My name is Chuck Ridley. I have the privilege of being the political coordinator for SEIU here in the city of Riviera. Council, you have wonderful employees. And I want to build on what Ms. Williams shared from this perspective. The employees want a reset. They really are looking now to your leadership through your city manager to one of the best HR directors you've had in years to change what many feel is a lack of respect for who they are as employees. The reset comes from watching what has happened to them in departments where they feel that they've been retaliated against. They feel that their voices was not heard. They believe you have the talent now, particularly in your HR department, to do that reset. They tell me that your HR director now is fair. I've worked with your HR director in other places, and I know that to be true. And we believe between them and your city manager, we can now begin to have the kind of environment and atmosphere that is needed for your most precious asset to move in the direction that we want. We want you to also recognize that many of your employees are also residents who are struggling to make ends meet. And this is not about a pitch for more wages. Now, you can always use more wages, but it is also a pitch for you to use the infrastructure of your city to help with housing. We've had, through your city manager, a chance to do financial health wellness seminars. As a union, we're looking at how we make sure that you have a complete employee, one that you can reimagine and of making sure that the day-to-day of this city is being met. They're looking to put out an olive branch to say to this council, to say to this management, let's figure this out. One of their recommendations is to work through your HR director to create a labor management team, a committee that would meet quarterly to discuss problems that they may have and opportunities that they may have come their way. Thank you for letting me share.
Yes, thank you for your comments, sir.
The next speaker is John Miller, followed by Dolores Williams and Chandra Stringer.
Good evening, everyone. John Miller. Listen, just a couple of items that I want to just point out, and not point them out for like this to say you did something wrong, because you didn't. First of all, that took an hour. Mr. Guyton, you're right. That first item, he's kicked it around for an hour, and it should have never been, right? I don't think it was presented right to start with, really. And a person like myself who was in the construction industry and sat in and built bid processes for over 40 years, I find it a little comical because of a person, in other words, the first thing you do, and I do, this wasn't in construction, this was about audits. First thing you do is you have it out there, what you have to do. Are you capable of doing this? What other things have you done? Before you even invite them in to give your bid. You have, in other words, you have a preferential list of people that have done the audits that are meeting your criteria to start with. And what it seems like is whoever did that bid, whoever put all those things in there, were not quite honest about a lot of things. And if anything, I'm hearing you saying, it's a point process. Is it a point process just that gets you the job? In other words, if they have an office here in Riviera Beach or this or that, or do you look at the whole ball of wax, meaning the things that they've done? And they're saying that they got fined or something and nobody knows anything about that, and you want to hire them as the first one in? I don't think so. You're already setting yourself up for failure. And the other thing, the last thing is this. The meetings have lasted really long, people, for you guys sitting up there, but also the people leaving, all right? They got to go to work. They're older people like myself limping around, and it doesn't make sense. But here's the one thing, and I hope you don't get into this. I used to be here and watch to be 17 follow-up with one person. We get 3 minutes, right? You should have a time limit too. And if you get a time limit, I'm not saying that you can't have a second opinion or a third opinion, but then that's enough. You can't stand up there and be one person and monopolize the whole bench of you sitting there. So, just take this into consideration, and the same thing with the bid process. Make it black and white to look at and say, well, you didn't fill it out right, so you're disqualified. And that's how it works in business, period. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Dolores Williams, followed by Chandra Stringer and Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening to the new councils. I'd like to ask a question. I want to get a clearness before I start. You say you can't call a council name up there? That's something you were saying?
Go ahead, ma'am.
I didn't hear you.
Go ahead.
I want to ask, because Mr. Guyton ran on the chaos. I want him to tell me all the stuff that's the chaos that he's going to solve in this city. I want him to talk to me. If you can come to me personally, that was your main goal and the main council people to support you, the one that's not on there, to solve the chaos in this city. And another thing, I think Lord want to know is still open to put in his resume or something for the run for the mayor. I'm gonna put my resume in the run for the mayor too. How am I gonna vote for me? I'm gonna run for the mayor. I'm gonna put my name in there. And I hope I don't get spotted out and try to put the police on me again to put me out of here. Because I'm gonna do the right thing, and I did it then. And that one lady I was talking about, the people with the motorcycles. I see them every Sunday evening. All the wheelers all up in the air making all this noise. They closed that racetrack way out west down. Why can't you, as to say, give them some place then to ride them out? See, can we find something to put out there, charge money, get it fixed up? Let them go out there and see how good they are in doing these wheelies and riding and cutting and all that stuff. They violating the law, cutting across, running the red light. You see that the next thing you all they coming you, passing you. Well, can't you try to find something to help them? You say you want to help the youth, you want to help this, you want to help the city. I want to know, where was all the chaos? 12 years with the chaos, 6 years with the chaos, got off the chaos. She was talking about Mr. Pyramid.
Ma'am, you cannot address the council directly.
She shouldn't have been talking about him between that, who got because they didn't get in and they lost out because it was this and that. Nobody don't want to hear that. They went through the law and the law ruled in it. And I think Mr. Spearman, I think Troderick was a good council person here. I think Mr. Lawson did what he had to do on the council. But I just want to say, you say you're going to do better. We're going to see. You all say you kind and helpful. I don't see you be so rude up there too. Y'all can be some rude people up there also. You talk to people out here. Ladies, talking about your decorum. Yeah, they better put the decorum on y'all too up there because y'all be very rude.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
The next speaker is Chandra Stringer, followed by Margaret Shepherd, and then Corey Blackwell.
Good evening to the council, to Mr. Evans, and to our attorney, our city clerk, to the members in the audience and the members that are viewing home. I am Chandra Stringer. I am standing tonight not as part of the crowd, but as someone who has stood consistently for the city, for the people, and its future. Over 25 years, my work across housing, small business development, and nonprofit leadership has always been about one thing: building people and projects for progress for individuals, families, and communities. I don't come tonight to persuade. I come to be present. I come to honor the process, respect the leadership in this room, and reaffirm my commitment to Riviera Beach, whether the room is full of supporters or silent observers. I trust that God has placed inside of me, and I trust the work that I've done will speak for me, whether I say another word or not. Yesterday, I officially submitted my resume to be considered as the next mayor of the city of Riviera Beach, and I'm trusting that the leadership with honesty and integrity will do the due process. Thank you for your service, and may this moment move us all closer to purpose and progress for our city.
Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Margaret Shepherd, followed by Corey Blackwell and Erica Davis.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. People ask me where have I been for the last couple of weeks. I had a bad case of asthma that rendered me helpless for about 3 weeks. I passed out at my daughter's house and laid on the floor till she got there. I do carry a watch that would have sent the police to the house, but I was afraid they were going to tear down the door. But I'm grateful that my children took care of me, and I stayed there in Fort Pierce for a couple of weeks. So I'm grateful that I'm back, and it was the first time planning and zoning that people saw me. But I'm not here for that. Mr. Guyton, they asked me, was he honest? I said, yes, he's honest. He's my friend. And I want to say that sometimes we agree and we disagree, and we still remain friends. And so I want to say to you that this is a new day for us. I started getting complaints, and they were talking about racism in the fire department. As I heard the Reverend talk, I want to say that Keith Golden is one of the most pleasant people you ever want to meet. Sometimes when we are in positions, people don't like us when we tell the truth. But I want to say to you, stand on the truth. And then they faxed over something to me today. Dirty Coleman, our police chief. I think we have one of the best chiefs there is in the city of Riviera Beach. Major Gordon, call him for anything. They put tickets on the cars over Lindsay Davis, and I called him. I said, Major, what's going on? And he started telling me he don't know who put the tickets on that car. I said, because we party. If you would have came there Friday, we was party hardy. We need that space. So I want to say to you all, it's time for a new day. The one thing about me, I believe in telling the truth. If you like me, good. If you don't. But Farsi, I call her Farsi like her mom called her. But in church, I call her Willie Bo Davis. She is Willie Bo Davis' daughter. So I'm looking forward to you, beautiful girl. She's been under my radar for years, way before she had children. And I remember her husband saying, could you stick with my wife? I wish he could have been here. I'm still sticking with his wife. So it is a new day, new time, new people. And I hope that the chaos will stop, because sometimes it starts with you all starting. That's what pump up your your people because they're tired of the foolishness. I want to say to you, Mrs. Lanier, when I get ready to talk and I want to be arrogant, I will, because I know my way out of here.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I will say whatever I want to say. If the police officers want to walk me out, I
Thank you
need
so
some
much for your
help.
comments, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, ma'am. But this is a new day.
Ma'am,
This is a new
you
day.
need to
And
have
you
a
need
seat,
to
please.
shut up.
Officer, could you escort this lady out of the building, please? Mr.
Madam Chair, you would like me to proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, City Council. I want to first and foremost say congratulations on all the newly elected candidates who ran a successful race during this last election. Congratulations to you. There's been some talk about moving.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Blackwell. We'll stop your clock. There's an issue here that we need to resolve. We're gonna have a 5-minute recess while this issue is taken care of by the police department. 5 minutes. Walter? Good afternoon. We will resume our meeting. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We are going to resume our meeting. Mr. Blackwell, I'm so sorry. Walter, could you please put the full 3 minutes back on for Mr. Blackwell? Thank you, sir. Mr. Blackwell, you can begin. We can't have
Thank
any.
you, Madam Chair. As I was congratulating you all on a successful campaign, in a few days, first of all, Corey Blackwell, lifelong resident of Riviera Beach. I'm proud to stand before you today and announce that I am a candidate for the interim mayor's position also. As a few of the spectators have alluded to, we expect and want better from the city council. It is the expectations that we've made a turn or we're about to make a turn. As I stand before you today, I turned in my packet 3 days ago. My phone started ringing literally the next day. There's concern that this is not going to be a fair and arduous process of selecting the mayor. So I come before you tonight, just like Madam Chair read the rules of decorum for this process here tonight, I want to read you an excerpt from the rules that I think that you guys should be governed by when you do make your selection for the mayor's process, and that is our city charter. Section 25 states restriction of former elected city officials. No former elected city official shall hold any compensated appointed city office or employment until 1 year of such time has expired from his or her term. Now, there's understanding that there's an individual or some individuals that have submitted their information to be considered as mayor. The concern is that if you guys are going to make a fair and honest process, these individuals or individual should be eliminated immediately, so that way the public doesn't get the inference that there's going to be people on board and considered when it's clearly against the city charter. The city charter was explicitly voted upon by the voters, passed with the overwhelmingly number of voters saying what they wanted to see in 2019. I urge you that if you are going to abate the city charter, then why not go ahead and have an open election for the city mayor's position? Pay for it. That way the people can decide.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you for your
comments.
time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Erica Davis, followed by Mrs. Mary Brown and Doretta Polk.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I want to say I attended last Wednesday the Planning and Zoning Board Comprehensive Plan Workshop, which no one attended, and which all residents should have known and attended, instead of coming up here worried about drama and things that are irrelevant. That was the most important meeting that you could ever have. The comprehensive plan meeting involved the development of the city and changing codes and changing ordinances and all of that stuff. If you do not want to be gentrified, if you do not want to be smothered by tall buildings, then I suggest that you come to those meetings so you can get an understanding. It's not about sitting in a seat, but you have to know the important things about big business, how it operates, the budget, and know how to deal with developers. It's not about getting a seat. You need to stay on top of these things. And it's not Erica's job to do so, to come and tell you all what needs to be done. But I do it anyway. And I'm going to start taking it to the streets of the residents. Anything that I research and find out, the residents will know about it. They didn't know about the meeting. So it was only myself and one other. And it was a very great dialogue. But you all need to know about what's going to take place in this city. Because otherwise you're going to be lost, and we're going to look like West Palm Beach, New York City, Miami. And all these buildings are coming over and going to push you out and price you out. And my question was not answered with safe harbor either. I want to know, I'm not talking about leadership within. I'm talking about any indirect plans or any plans that we might not know about that might take place after your zoning is approved. That means any new tall buildings, any recreational things, any changes. I want to know if it's going to remain a working waterfront. Period. Nothing else but a working waterfront. Because you bought all of this property, and that's what it's supposed to be, and you wanted us to expand and improve this and rezone that. We want it to remain a working waterfront and no surprises. But you all residents need to be informed, and CRA and everybody needs to be transparent and let the residents know who don't have social media to come to these meetings so they won't be blindsided, because we have been blindsided by a few things. And I'm going to make sure I stay on top of it. Thank you.
Comments?
Mrs. Mary Brown and Doretta Polk.
Good evening, board, and every respectful council person that is in their seats. I'm going to say once again, congratulations. And our main focus and ideal should be, as leaders, moving this city forward, having an honest dialogue in how we are to move. And the things that we are capable of doing, a lot of times we defeat ourselves because we do not know our own worth. But the time is now, and the time is for dialoguing, having those honest dialogues to see how we're going to proceed to move. Like I said, and some of the developers, as well as on both sides, Republicans as well as Democrats. Ms. Brown, we hear you. And a lot, they do agree with me. See, I come with no baggage. I come from moving, and I come from dialogue. I have nothing against anyone that want to improve their neighborhoods. Because when you improve those individual neighborhoods, it builds up the whole territory. And that is what we should be about. The election is over with. It was a 31 difference between Shirley Lanier and Cedric Thomas. It was a 68 difference between Bruce Guyton and McCoy. So it's really no landslide here. 3,000 and some odd people out of 20,000 people. But it speaks. But it's how we are to move and how we to bring clarity to this city and to this board. We should get tired of being in the limelight. It is not the residents. It stems from the five. When I said before, brush up on your acts. Come prepared. Come to do the business at hand. And whoever you choose, let that person be number one, worthy. Let that person be number two, a face that is respected. Number three, let that person dissolve all of the baggage. Because once when they comes in with that baggage, what does that do? it predicates upon your city again and again and again. I'm going to leave you with three things. It comes from the Brilliant Mind episode. Andre DeShields. Number one, surround yourself with people whose eyes light up when they see you coming. Number two, slowly is the fastest
Thank you
way
so much,
to
Ms.
get
Graham,
to
for
where
your
you're
comments.
going.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. Thank you.
Director Paul?
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park, and I'm a resident of the city of Riviera Beach. I want to commend and congratulate all the three candidates, Chairperson Shirley Lanier, Councilman Bruce Guyton, and our Councilwoman Davis Paneri. I hope I said that correctly. Uh, Job well done. Job well done. And I want to also commend, we got a lot of good things going on in the city of Riviera Beach. I heard on the news maybe a couple of weeks ago that for the 8th consecutive time, Director Mr. Sherman and his complete department, all of his workers, got the award of the Distinguished Budget Award. That speaks volume. That speaks that he is making sure that our budget is on correct and that our finances is definitely will carry the city of Riviera Beach. And I want to commend him and his entire staff. I want to also thank Mr. Brody, who is the director of the library. We had the privilege of, I'm a member of the library club, book club, and we had the privilege of having Mrs. Deirdre Jacobs one day on her lunch hour, and Pro Chair Kashambra Miller Anderson came on spring break. And I hope that you all enjoyed yourself because we under the leadership of the ladies that bring the correspondence of the book club is very enlightening, very educational, Mrs. Leva, and I find it very rewarding. I also want to thank at our we had an association meeting, Parkman Association meeting over at Fire Station 87, which is a beautiful building. We had a meeting, and at the opening of the fire station, they were giving out CO2 monitors. I was able to receive one, as many other as citizens. And at that meeting, there was a Captain Johnson there, and I asked him, "Is it possible that you can put this up for me because I don't know how to do it?" And he was very accommodating. And he came over. I said, "Do I need to have permission from Chief Curd first? Because I didn't want any problems." And he said, "Absolutely not." And I talked to Chief Curd about it. And he said, I told him how professional and courteous that Captain Johnson was. And he had his engineer, Alden was with him. And it was very, very
Thank you
wonderful.
so much.
And I thank you for everything
Thank
everybody
you so
did
much
us
for your
as a
comments.
citizen. I thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Mr. Evans, would you like to address some of the issues that were raised by the residents, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. With regards to the comments about e-bikes, I did have a conversation with communication, and they are actually working on a community PSA concerning e-bikes and safety associated with e-bikes. And so that's something that will be coming out from the city of Riviera Beach. The reference to St. Mark's, that was a project that has already received its entitlements. And so they're probably going through the permitting process to start construction on their particular facility. So, and they are quite responsive in the event that there is trash, waste, or debris on that property. So we'll communicate with the property owner. With regards to street parking, if there is any vehicles that are illegally parked or boats that are parked on the roadway, that's something that the police department will handle. And certainly if it's any vehicles that are inoperable and are not, have current tags and licenses and the like, we will go through the code compliance process. So those are the two departments that handle that particular situation. With Mr. Brown, we'll reach out and get more specificity on the property that he mentioned. And then the individual that talked from Yacht Harbor Manor concerning the code compliance case, we'll get on that. And certainly, I do want to apologize. There's no situation where a staff person should say we don't have time to be able to handle that situation. That's a core responsibility of what we're required to do. So we'll address that. We are going to continue to do some of the mental health work that has previously been done in our community and certainly our departments. And that's something that is a responsibility that HR has grabbed on with both hands to facilitate that for our employees. And we actually do have EAP services that actually is regularly scheduled for our employees. And with regards to employee workplace and working with the union, we are committed to work with the union. Director DeCosti and I have already started working on a plan to move forward with some of the items that were articulated earlier. And we are committed to resetting any relationship with our labor unions to make sure that the work environment is pleasant, it's productive, and gives folks opportunities to reach their goal, whether it's retiring with the city of Riviera Beach, whether it's moving up, or creating opportunities for them to provide for their family. And that concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, could we go to the next item, please?
Madam Chair, we are on item 8B, ordinance number 4277, an ordinance of the City Council of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a request from Safe Harbor Marinas requesting an abandonment of the following right-of-way segments. First, a portion of Avenue C. Second, a portion of East 21st Street in Riviera Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we have 2 public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services make this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Evans. We didn't make a motion.
Oh, sorry.
To approve.
I said so move.
Okay, very good.
Second.
All right, we got a second. I'm sorry, Mr. Evans.
No problem, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, to make this presentation.
Thank you again, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Madam Chair and members of council. As mentioned earlier, this is the second of the 3 items from the applicant, Safe Harbor. The second one out of the text amendment, abandonment, and site plan that will be later on the agenda is a third required application for the proposed redevelopment plan that they have for their site here in Riviera Beach. This abandonment has been processed by staff under the newly updated ordinance. And again, I will yield the floor to Mr. Thompson to provide more details regarding their request to inform your forthcoming vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Again, Kurt Thompson, Principal Planner for Development Service Department. I'm going to try to be as succinct as I possibly can, board members. You heard the ordinance for the abandonment being read. We all know where essentially now Safe Harbor is located by that red dot there. What you have here before you on this slide shows the location of the subject property. In addition, plus the area involved. The project is, this area here was a 4.81 acre. The total site is 18 plus or minus 18.72 acres, okay? I'll go into more detail on that with the site plan, but that's to give you an orientation. What you have here, the main thing to focus in on here, as I said, is the acres involved with the project area, and then the total acres of the entire site is here, okay? This is the project property details. As you can see, the current site is for a parking area. The parcel ID number is on page 17. And the staff report, there are multiple parcels that is involved. The zoning is downtown core and downtown marine, and the future land use is downtown mixed use and working waterfront. This, in effect, is the abandonment, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair and board and council members. You have here Avenue C, and then you have here East 21st Street. That is the area of the abandonment, which is the subject of this petition. Okay. Again, C and then East 21st Street, and the site is essentially here. So what you have here before you, there are 8 abandonment criteria. Before you is items 1 through 4, and here you have items 5 through 8. The applicant, according and in the staff's professional opinion, meets all 8 of the abandonment criteria. What you have here is the privilege fee involved with the abandonment that the city will collect plus or minus $861,738.03. That's as of the day, April 2nd, 2025. That amount could change, and that's why I say it's plus or minus. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Kurt, there's a phone that keeps going off.
I'm sorry?
There's a phone that keeps going off in here.
That's the going on. That's the result when I click.
Ah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am. And so with that, board members and Madam Chair, staff recommend that the city council approve the proposed abandonment as submitted, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you can mute that.
Oh, I'm sorry. If that's excuse me, Ms. Lanier, the applicant is also here, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Eric Herska, to give any additional comment that you may desire. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, can we do the public comment, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, the first speaker is Mike Mahoney.
Good evening again. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Evans, city manager, for responding to my 3 complaints about the e-bikes, the parking on 22nd Street, and St. Mark's. You know, I've been up here enough complaining about 2 of those items, so hopefully something will get done. But I missed the last week's meeting or the meeting before about the parallel parking, and I think I could probably talk to Eric about it from Safe Harbor. He's been in my shop a few times. I just want to make sure, and I think Mr. Evans alluded to it, that the police are going to patrol or monitor that area for parking, because right now it's like a free-for-all along 22nd Street. And it's been like that for the last 20 years. There hasn't been any really marked regulated parking or anything, and I don't know if I'm in order to talk about this on this agenda item, but I just want to throw it out there that I hope that the police do patrol that 22nd Street, because it's a busy street and parking's always been an issue for me. You know, it's limited right now. Supposedly when they have the new parking along the street, I just want to make sure that, I guess the city is going to be in charge of that, right? I just want to make sure, because it is city-owned right away, I think. So, you know, that's one of the issues I have now, because the right-of-way now is being used by the businesses there. So, you know, you guys know it, you've heard me enough. So there shouldn't be any discrepancies on who owns that property. The city owns it all. There shouldn't be any usage as far as what it's being used for now. I mean, parallel parking is what you want to use it for, not parking boats on, because boats take up 2 or 3 spots in one shot. So if a boat pulls up there, I want to know who I'm going to call. Should I call the cops or, you know, who? Because right now I do call the police, but, you know, I don't know if that's the correct thing to call. You know, they might have other things to do. So I just want to clarify all that. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comments, sir.
The next speaker, Madam Chair, is Brandy Davis Balsamo.
of my time. Thank you very much.
That's the end of public comment, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions from the board regarding this item? Madam Clerk?
I didn't see 8B. We saw 8C in general public comment.
You had a comment for this particular item? This is
I don't see it.
8B, yes. Miss, come give your comment.
Anyway, Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I just want them to answer the question because they're getting all of this roads, access roads and all of this stuff. And to me, my inner spirit is telling me that down the line, maybe not now, that being that they're dealing with a big developer, things are going to change. North Palm Beach Safe Harbor is getting ready to tear down and build up. So I just want you all to be aware of all of these things that's going on that you might not know about right away, because I'm going to be investigating. I'm going to be on the streets and I'm going to tell everybody what's going on, because I do not, and several other people, Lake Park and all, are very livid about Billionaires Row coming to Riviera Beach. We don't want it. Our first comprehensive plan, the plan that we did when Mr. Evans came back, it went out the window. We can develop, but we can develop how we need to develop. I know we need money and all, but we have to live in the city. They don't have to live in the city. They go to their quiet neighborhoods and they're gone and they get peace. And it's very selfish of them to come in here and buy up everything and build these buildings and crowd up our city that's already landlocked. It's a lot of people that aren't happy about it. So you all need to weigh your pros and your cons when these developers come up here with these projects, and do some research before you say yes. Because we're really gonna be working this time. We're putting our foot down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
Are there any other questions or concerns from the board? Hearing none. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Penier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote.
Our next item, Madam Clerk?
We are on item 8C, which was listed as 12A on the agenda. Discussion and deliberation update to the City Council regarding the process associated with the selection of the mayor. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed. Madam Chair, if I may proceed.
Yes, go ahead.
You have received printed documents from the Office of the City Clerk concerning the proposed process and an outline at your setting. So I will give a brief background as to where we are, and then the floor will be open to discussion as to how the board wants to proceed. The mayor's seat for Riviera Beach became vacant on March 20th, 2025, following the absence of qualifying candidates for the 2025 municipal election. In light of this vacancy, the city of Riviera Beach is actively seeking qualified individuals to fill the position of mayor. Applications for the vacant mayor seat are being accepted at the city clerk's office. We began accepting the applications, which consists of resume, cover letter. We started on Wednesday, March 26, 2025 at 8 a.m. and that will last until Friday, April 4, 2025 at 5 p.m. Interested candidates must submit a letter of interest, resume, and bona fide proof of residency during this time. After that time closes, the submitted applications will be hand-delivered to the City Council Board on Tuesday, April 8th, 2025, where the board will have 10 business days to review and appoint a resident to fill the vacancy. The deadline for the appointment is Friday, April 18, 2025. If no appointment is made by April 18, 2025, the process to appoint a resident to fill the position of mayor will restart. The city council has 30 days from the occurrence of the mayor's vacancy to make an appointment. Since the vacancy occurred on March 20th, 2025, the 30-day deadline for the city council to fill the position is Wednesday, April 30th, 2025. And so, Madam Chair, at this time, the City Council Board can ask any questions that they have and also consider the proposed outline for City Council process to select a resident to fill the vacant mayor's seat.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the items that we have received comments from the community via the city clerk's office, as well as city manager's office and city attorney's office, is with regards to the charter language and the provision concerning the appointment of this particular position. So Attorney Woolpen has provided for a legal memorandum that was included as part of the backup, but he is also on the phone telephonically to answer any questions and share any remarks with regards to the issue, and Attorney Nguyen can provide additional commentary to that.
Madam Chair. Excuse me. Yes, you all probably know, and for the public's edification, Attorney Woolpen was the attorney who was hired in 2018 to work with the Charter Review Committee, and he attended the Charter Review Committee meetings, heard the discussion, drafted the language for the referendum to be placed on the ballot. And so because he has that historical knowledge that I did not have or do not have, that's why he's available for any questions you may have regarding the interpretation of that section 25 of the charter, if you have questions regarding that.
Madam Chair?
We're gonna do public comment.
Oh.
Yes, public comment, please.
Okay, we have 5 public comment cards. The first speaker will be, I believe she left, Cindy March, followed by Margaret Shepherd. She's no longer in the building. The next speaker, the name on here is William. It just has the name William on there. Natasha Wells, followed by Mrs. Mary Brown.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, Council. Just very quickly, I know that there is some concern, and of course, the attorney is on the phone, and I'm hoping that questions will be posed to him for clarification. But I think what is important to point out, I did hear some of the comments earlier about the charter amendment. It states that no former elected city official shall hold any compensated appointive city office or employment. That is the key language in this particular provision. So much so to the point, I think the definition of what an appointive office is important, so everybody understands the clarification. The office of mayor is not an appointive office. It is an elected office. The only reason that you all are being charged with the responsibility of appointing someone to that elected office is because of the vacancy. Let me give you an example of an appointive office that is compensated in the city. In section 16-44 of the city code, the assistant police chief, it states the position of assistant chief of police is created. The assistant chief of police shall be appointed or removed by the city manager. Let me give you one more example. Under section 2-231 of the code, it states that the office of the independent auditor, the auditor shall be appointed and removed by the city manager. These are just 2 of a number of examples of compensated appointive offices within the city. It was never contemplated by the charter amendment that any of the elected offices, which includes the office of the mayor as well as the offices of the city council, to be included in that charter provision. And that's just my 2 cents, but I hope that is helpful for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mrs. Mary Brown?
Graham, once again, to the board and to the entire community, as well as some of the staff employees. I was out 7 o'clock Monday morning, all over these neighborhoods, in having coffee, breakfast, and all of that, and even with a lot of the employees. So I hear you all. I get you all. I do. I get you all. We are at appointed time here, like I said before. I am a stickler here. You just can't come along and make up what you want to make up. If the procedures are there, let us follow the procedure. The election got in a chaos because some of the ones that were sitting there, they should have known better. Ms. Brown threw no punches. You should have known better. You sat on this board and ran as an elected official for 6 years, or maybe 3 years, or how be it. The law is not going to change. The governor told me, yeah, I have those conversations. It's not going to change. And you can't not make it change. So whatever you do, get a good face for this city here. Get a good face for this city. It's ceremonial, but we want someone to say that we are proud of them, or we are proud of her. And we know that they can execute being in that ceremonial position. Now, with the elected officials, within the charter, it did say a year that you have to sit out, if you didn't want to run. So you all need to take into consideration some of these things in order to be better for our city here. And not just choose someone because, see, if you help Miss Brown, well, you help the whole entire city. So I'm not beholding to anyone that helps Miss Brown. Miss Brown will always do right for the people. Because if you want me, you want me. And I'm not sitting here advocating for no mayor. I'm here articulating here where we are here now, trying to get a mayor. Trying to get a mayor for this seat here. So please, do not do this city an injustice because someone helped you got the absentee ballots, or someone ran all over the city to do this and do that. You deserving we as residents. And not only we as, look at the clock, because I'm looking at it too. You're deserving us. So please, be wise.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment for this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board in regards to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I do have a question for the attorney who was sitting as the counsel for the charter committee. Wait, let me back up. Let me say this. If anybody want to know where Bruce Gaines stands, you ask me. I don't feel any reservations about telling people where I am. I'm straight up. You like it, love it. That's you. I'm not hiding who I support. It is what it is. So, irrespective of how people may feel and try to direct you to where they want to be, Bruce Gaines gonna be Bruce Gaines. I have no fear of not being reelected and all that other craziness. If you want to know where Bruce Gaines stands on any issue, ask me, I'll tell you. So for those who may think that somehow their comments is gonna steer me in a different way, it's not gonna happen. Okay? I'm straight up. I don't play games. So if you want to know where I am, I would certainly tell you exactly where I am on this issue. My question to the attorney is, I want to be very specific to, there's been a reference to the charter. But first of all, Mr. Attorney, can you hear me? Oh, what's his name?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Whipple.
David Wolpin here. Thank you.
Thank you. So you said as the attorney for the charter committee that recommended this language that the people ultimately adopted in a referendum. Is that correct?
Right, in 2018, I served as special counsel for the Charter Board and City Council. The Charter Board made its recommendations, and ultimately the City Council determined what items would adopt as an ordinance to go on the ballot in front of the voters. And the voters approved, I believe it was 4 charter amendments that were presented at that time.
Okay.
One of those, excuse me, go ahead.
Okay. I'm one of those that like to get right to the point. We don't need to have excess information. But the question that I have is related very specifically to the charter language that's referencing sitting out a year before you can be appointed or hired. My question is, can a former council person put their name in for consideration as mayor now, and why or why not?
Yes, a former council member, even one that last served within the last year, may put their name in for consideration, just like any other resident of the city may apply and be considered for the appointment to fill the vacancy in the elected office of mayor. Basically, to keep it concise, Article 2, Section 25, entitled Restriction on Former Elected City Officials, does not apply to the process of filling vacancies that may exist in the office of council member or mayor. Quite frankly, the provision that was created, the Section 25, that was created with the intent of preventing a recent former elected city official from converting his or her prior public service into a personal financial gain. It was not in any way intended to it was not intended in any way to prevent the former elected public official from again serving the public as an elected official, because that's what the service is. Serving temporarily as mayor until the next election, that's a public service. It's not being, appointed as city manager or building official or having a contract as a planning entity and owning a planning company that runs the planning department of a city.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, that's the only question I have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
Sorry.
The timeline that we have here,
Yes.
are these for us to decide on whether or not we want to follow this procedure, or is this the way that it has to be done? Like the public meeting and interviews?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
With respect to the items that's contained in the clerk's memorandum, those are suggestions. The board really has the full autonomy and flexibility to handle it as it so desires. But with this application process, it concludes on Friday at 5 p.m. I'm sorry, Friday at 5 p.m. The clerk has 2 business days to hand deliver those applications to you. And we do have an item on the website for every application that's received. You can go to the city clerk's website under election information and see who has submitted their applications to date. And so that's real time. If we get it today, we post it today. But the city clerk has to provide you a hard copy of the applications by the 8th of April. You then have 10 business days to invariably make the selection for the mayor out of the applicants that submitted their applications within that particular window. The board can facilitate a process to call a special meeting, to have interviews or what have you, but you have to make a selection from those candidates in that window by the 18th. If you are unable to make a selection, you have to make a selection for mayor by the 30th of April. That there's no extensions that are provided. So you have basically one situation that you have to go through at this particular point, but you have to select someone to serve in that capacity by the 30th of April. And so staff is asking for the board, how do you wish to proceed? Is it that you wish to schedule a special meeting? Do you want to handle it, as part of your regular meeting on, I believe, the 16th? We're asking for clarity as to how the board wishes to proceed. Do you want to have a situation whereby interviews are provided? So this is really the board providing staff with direction on this particular item. And Madam Clerk and Madam Attorney, if I left out any other additional information for the board's consideration.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So if we have to do this by the 18th, our meeting is, like he said, is on the 16th. I'm not sure if we have a lot of other heavy items that would be on that date. I would not recommend doing it on that date if we are looking to do, like, maybe give them a couple of minutes just to speak prior to us making the nominations and voting on it. I would say maybe if we could have like a meeting on maybe the 14th, that Monday, and give them, everyone, just like public comments, almost everybody has maybe 4 or 5 minutes to speak, and then we vote or nominate from there. Or we can do it on the 16th and not have the interviews, because I think it's just going to make the night longer because we have other items that we're going to have on the agenda for the 16th. So I'm okay with it either way. But I would definitely like to see know how many people are putting their name in the hat, because if we have 15 people, that may change my mind as to how much time, everybody's gonna have to talk. So I don't want to put that in stone right now, but I do think it's important for us to just say whether or not we want to have it on a separate day or have it on the third Wednesday, which is our regular city council meeting. If Mr. Guy want to get out of here, I don't think he want to have it on the same night as a regular meeting.
Absolutely not. I'm not staying. Y'all can stay, but I'm serious. I'm not going to be in here 11, 12
I think Mr. Guyton has forgotten all the many nights he was here with us, 12, 1, 2 o'clock. He's older now, so I guess he's not doing that now anymore, but he remembers long nights. We were here together.
Nope. I don't remember those.
But yeah, if we're going to do something like that, I think it should be on a separate night. If we're just going to do a vote, then yeah, we can do it on the 16th, and we should be good by the 18th. But I think,
Madam Chair, and keeping in mind with what Mrs. Miller
Yes, go
Anderson,
ahead.
what Mrs. Miller Anderson said, keep in mind you also will have public comment on that item.
Yeah.
And you don't know what that's going to look like either. So the main thing I believe tonight is for you to, if you can, select a date for a special meeting, or like she said, the meeting on the 16th? The 16th?
16th.
And then you can still talk about the process. I did go back and review the minutes from 2009, where there was a special meeting to select a vacancy on the council. And they discussed how they wanted to go about that. They did not do interviews. Each person just wrote down their choice. There was a 4-way tie, and the mayor at the time made broke the tie, was the tiebreaker, and that made the decision.
Chair?
Are you finished? Yes, Councilman Curtis.
So, I would like to recommend that I don't know what date we're gonna pick, whether it be the 15th or the 17th. But I suggest that we, make this choice the same way we do the chair and the vice chair. We make nominations and we wait and see who gets the majority vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I can support that process, but I'm not sure why we're waiting so long close to the deadline. We can have a special meeting. Madam Chair, may I ask the clerk a question? Ms. Hall, when are you going to deliver the applications to us?
That Tuesday, April 8th.
Okay, April 8th. What day is that on? A Tuesday?
Yes, sir, Tuesday.
And I guess my question would be to my colleagues up here. Will it take more than 2 days to review the applications? I would suggest having a special meeting on the 10th, using the process that Dr. Spirit has suggested. And also, I would suggest when a mayor is selected, they should be sworn in that same evening and seated. And they said it needs to move forward. We don't need to keep procrastinating all the rumors and trying to persuade, go one with. Get it over with. Let's take a vote. It is what it is, and we move forward.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We would have to do some research because what we were thinking is, and this is what I was going to communicate to the board, is that in most cases, there's no rules or procedures as it relates to when the swearing in is. So usually it's the next regular city council meeting that the oath of office is administered. And so that's one thing that if you do have the special meeting, we're just going to have to look and see if in fact you can do it, or is it a situation where legal and administration say that it should be on that next regular meeting, but that's
Okay.
something.
One point, I guess, one observation. That language is regarding elections, about being sworn in for the next, at the next council meeting. So I guess legal can do research on that. This is not an election. This is an appointment. And I would hope that we can do it the same night so our lives can move on beyond this mayor appointership. Thank you.
Thank you, go ahead.
And Madam Chair, whatever the process prescribed as to when the swearing in would be, invariably, if the board makes the selection on April 10th, we would have that onboarding process. And so that person will be basically the mayor-elect. And so they will start the process as bringing that individual on board. But if they are administered the oath of office, obviously that will take place. So I just wanted to, whatever legal comes back with the research, we will still, get them set up as their office, have them work with their legislative, the whole gamut of the services. We wouldn't wait till they're in fact sworn in. So I just wanted to provide that clarity.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Council Wynn, do we need to do this through motion? Setting the date for the special election?
Yes, I think you should.
Okay, then I would like, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion that on April 10th, we have a special meeting to appoint the mayor for the city of Riviera Beach, and we use the same procedure that we use for selecting the chair.
I would second that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If we can also have a time in that motion as well.
All right, 6 p.m.?
Because I'm a working man. Yeah. Well, I guess you need to say it into the night.
Yes, at 6 p.m.
I would second that as well.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
since it's on a Thursday, can we make it for 6:30? I'm a working woman too.
Absolutely.
I'll amend the motion to 6:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions in regards to this item? I
Madam
do,
Chair, clarification.
yes,
So we're not going to do the interviews, we're just going to have that meeting on the 10th.
Uh,
yeah,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
I see that I have a conflict. Could we do it on the, is it possible to do this on either the 11th or the 9th?
Oh, that's too soon.
The
Can we
11th,
do it on the 11th?
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with the 11th. On the 9th was too soon for one of the colleagues.
So I'd like to amend my motion for the 11th at 6:30 PM.
It can be 6.
6 o'clock?
Yeah,
Okay.
on Friday.
Friday, the 11th at 6 PM.
Any discussion on that item? I do have some concerns. And this is no shade to whoever is submitting their application. I have concern over the section 25. I know what the attorney has said about the issues as it relates to the Charter Review Committee. I actually was sitting on that Charter Review Committee before I became a council person. So I understand all of the actual conversations that we had during that time. And when the selection or when the resolution or when the amendment was made, they were very clear in terms of appointive versus elected. Now, I still have some heartburn about those two distinctions. According to the dictionary, an appointive is of a job relating to or filled by appointment rather than election. It's not even about legal, it's just about the definition of what that is. It is relating to or filled by appointment rather than election, which means that it is not an election. We understand that. And then the um and then the and then chapter 25 says no former elected city official shall hold any compensated appointive city office or employment, whether as a city employee or as a city consultant, independent contractor, or as the holder of a proprietary interest in a business serving the city. Now, when we see the definition of appointive, it means that that person is not elected. We're not electing them at this dais. We are appointing them. And section 25 says no former elected city official shall hold any compensated appointive office, which means that it's an appointment, it's not an election. And that particular position is compensated. So I just need to get some clarity as to, and I've read this, which we got it yesterday afternoon. I read this opinion from the attorney, and I wanted to ask him, because I've went through all of these minutes and notes. I have two binders here full of notes, minutes, um, uh, agendas, and I remember this too. There was no discussion about an appointment for mayor in that charter amendment conversation. So I'm wondering from the attorney, where in the, because you're saying, the attorney is saying that, hey, in the meeting, there was a discussion about,
Excuse me.
hold on a second, sir. Let me give me 1 second. Let
Yeah,
me see this.
I wanted to,
Yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to correct that.
hold on 1 second. It says that because Article 2, Section 25 expressly applies only to appointed city offices, it says it does not apply to the elected positions of the mayor or council. And then you reference something in regards to, as you know, I served as the special counsel to the city for 2018-19 review board and council process, and it was never the intent that the prohibition would apply to appointments to fill vacancies in the positions of mayor or city council member. And I was wondering where in the transcripts did we have this discussion about that? Because there is no discussion about this particular situation. So if you want to point to me in the
Yes,
charter.
I like to, can I explain, can I answer that, Chairwoman?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's exactly the point. If the city wanted this prohibition to affect the vacancy process of elected officials, it would have had to put it in there. So it's precisely the point. And never did the charter board say that this section 25 would apply to filling a vacancy in elective office. It only applies to compensated, appointed city office or employment and various contracts. If the city charter board and the city council wanted this prohibition to apply, wanted this restriction to apply to the process of filling a vacancy in the mayor or council position, mayor or council office, they would have had to say it. They didn't say it. It's not in there. In other words, the words would have been changed. It would have said, no former elected city official shall hold any compensated, appointed, or elective city office or employment. The word elective is not there. So that's why you don't see it in the minutes, because it was never intended. There was quite a bit of discussion of contractors and others. So that's why it's not there, because it doesn't apply. Instead, the charter already has another provision, Article 2, Section 17, that says vacancies in the mayor or council shall be filled by appointment made by the council. And then it has a city code section, 2-30, that creates the process for filling the vacancies, such as requesting the resumes or other applications and making a decision as the city council finds best. While it's certainly true you do not have to appoint a recent former elected official, those former recent officials are not disqualified. They can apply like anyone else.
I understand that position, sir, and I'm getting clarity because I do not want this to be challenged anywhere in regards to having former elected officials less than a year applying for this position. And the reason I remember this, the reason we did not say about an elected official, because there's a whole section on a person or on a former elected official or an elected official. There are rules regarding, or there are rules that tell you about that. That was no need to put it in that particular charter amendment, because there's a whole section on the election and on council members or former council members. So I'm still having some heartburn of getting past that. I just got the letter yesterday. I do have some questions that I want to ask the attorney, but I have not been able to have the time, given less than 24 hours, to be able to respond to the letter. So I would like to be able to have an opportunity to respond to this letter and to ask questions about how this came about, and especially the part where it talks about because you was the special counsel for it, you know what the intent was. I mean, I was there. I was a part of the committee. And if you knew what the intent was, and then you come back and you say it was never discussed, then those are two different things. And I just have some questions about that, because I do not want this to be challenged. So in the essence of time, I do want to have an opportunity to respond to this letter that we received yesterday afternoon. And then we can have some more discussion about it, because tonight it did not give us enough time to be able to review this and to have questions. I have binders here full of transcripts, and I just want to be clear, and I want to make sure that the charter is respected and that the charter is enforced. That is no shade to anybody. I just want to make sure that this cannot be challenged. So with that being said, I'm going to send you some questions of city attorney, outside attorney, to be able to get some answers to some of the questions that I've had, that I've been formulated in my mind, just to get some clarity about appointive, elective, that kind of thing. I don't want to, keep going on and on, because I'm gonna have the opportunity to pose my questions in writing. And and he can respond in writing. So with that being said, we can move forward with the motion that is on the floor.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to amend, I apologize to the board, but I'd like to amend my motion to change the date to Monday, April 14th. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, is 6 PM okay on Monday, the 14th, or would you prefer 6:30?
I would second that
6 is
amended
fine.
motion.
6 is fine.
So I amend the motion to be Monday, the 14th, April 14th at 6 PM.
I second that.
Okay, very good. So I'll pose these questions to the attorney and have them respond in writing, and then that could be shared with the council to get some clarity just for my say-so. There's a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion about that motion for April 14th at 6 PM for, is that interviews and making the choice that night?
Yes?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
You said no
You said no interviews.
No interviews, we're just going to follow the same procedure.
Oh, so
that
there's
we-
no interviews?
Right, we're going to use the same procedure we use for the chair.
Right, just nominations.
Right.
Okay. I can't agree with that, because people have put in their applications, they put in resumes, and they should have an opportunity to say, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something about their,
They got public comment. Give them
that's just
5 if
3
you want.
minutes, though. We're talking about the
We'll make it
mayor's
5.
position.
We'll make it 5.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. Each person has an opportunity to speak, and we can make our decision after that.
Madam Chair, if I may, if it is the board's desire to facilitate, we can certainly do that. So are you saying 5 minutes for each of the applicants before the board enters into deliberation, and to facilitate citizen comment after each of the applicants have been their 5 minutes? Because we are going to communicate to them as it relates to what the expectations are, and then obviously provide you guys with the kind of the rules of engagement. So we just want to make sure that they're prepared for what the board's desires for that meeting.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, please, sir.
Mr. Evans, did you just say that after each applicant 5 minutes, there would be public comments?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
After each of the applicants will get their 5 minutes, and then the public comments will be one section continuously. So not after each individual applicant.
All right.
Yes.
But, Madam Chair, and 3 minutes for the public comment though, correct? Not,
Correct.
okay.
5 minutes for the applicants, 3
Right.
minutes for public comment. Yes, that's fair, that's reasonable.
And Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
also,
Hold on one second, Mr. Spiritus. Go ahead.
and then also in the event that you have a large crowd, because we can anticipate that, you and the board can amend the amount of public comment that is provided for, because there are going to be people that are advocating for
Right,
person.
right,
So you can make that adjustment at the meeting.
Yeah, we may have to have it for 2 minutes or, something like that, because it's good. If you got, 15 applicants, you're gonna have 15 people who want to, come in and root for their candidate. So I can appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So each of the candidates are going to get 5 minutes. Or are they going to get an additional 3 minutes during public comment? Or are we going to throw them into the public comment period and just give them an additional 2 minutes?
No, they're the public, so they still get their 3 minutes. But the issue is that, are we going to say 3 minutes? We can do 2. And that is up to the board. If you want to amend your motion to make sure that it's 2 minutes instead of 3, that's fine.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, no, the 5, we tell them now, and that won't change based on the amount of people we have that night for public comments. We'll adjust it at that time. So that shouldn't go into the
Motion.
motion.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Madam
Call the
Chair,
question, madam. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
that person can be sworn in, whoever is selected that night.
Thank you for the info.
Okay, very good.
Madam Chair, please call the question.
Yes, sir. Any other items? Any other discussion in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pannier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Madam Chair, the next item on the agenda, please.
The next item on the agenda is item 11A, resolution number 2325, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving a site plan request from Safe Harbor Marinas to combine into an existing Safe Harbor Ribovich campus site plan. It include a marine service area, a maintenance office, building, a parking area on approximately plus or minus 18.72 acres of land, inclusive of a plus or minus 4.8 acre project limits area, generally located from East 22nd Street on the north between Broadway on the west and Avenue B on the east, southward to the north property line of Moroso Park, and providing an effective date and for other purposes. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services to make this presentation.
Thank you again, Mr. Manager, and good evening again. This is the third and final item from applicant Safe Harbor Marinas for their proposed campus expansion. This site plan will outline more of the details of how they plan to lay out the site and the review that staff underwent before this was brought to you. And again, I will yield to Principal Planner Curtis Thompson for the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kurt Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Kurt Thompson, Principal Planner for the City of Riviera Beach. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the final and third leg of this. The most important thing here is the resolution for the site plan, which now brings together the text amendment and the abandonment rolled up into this package, which is the site plan review. Safe Harbor is requesting the site plan approval to enhance their consolidated current boatyard operation. The request here is to take the abandoned right-of-way that was internal to their boatyard and a modification to the downtown marine land development regulations. The key phrase here that I want the council to look at is that the Planning and Zoning Board approved this application on January 9th, 2025, and recommend approval to the City Council. On February 5th, 2025, the City Council reviewed and approved the proposed abandonment and zoning amendment on first reading of the ordinance. And now this request will require approval eventually of a future replat, which will come before you in the future. What you see here is about a red dot. It's the location of the subject property. This is an overall project location. I want to bring to the board's attention that the actual project area is here. That's the 4.8 acre area. And then the total area is 18.72 acres plus or minus. So this is the entire site, but the actual project area is this area as I'm pointing to. As was mentioned in the prior two, you have the land use and zoning, which is indicated here. I think by now you know where the Safe Harbor project is located and what the zoning and land use is. And the zoning and land use is mentioned here on this page as part of the property detail. What you see now
Kurt Thompson, I'm sorry. I thought we were gonna meet this thing here from dinging every time you mash it. It's just annoying.
Me. It really is bothering me.
It really is. You could probably hit the volume, right? And the volume should be able to do it.
Turn the volume down. Turn the volume down. Yeah, if you turn the volume down. It was-
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Thompson.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, this is an overview of the site plan to give the board an idea here. There will be a lot of landscaping along this area here along the north side of the street here, and the parking area. And the text amendment for the landscaping involves this area here. Otherwise, if there were no text amendment, this area in here would need to be broken up and landscaping would need to be placed here, which would be disruptive to the applicant's proposal for the project. This is again, a look at the landscape rendering. This is the location of the elements, the rendering for the liner building. If I may go back this briefly, the liner building is in this area here. It's approximately 45, plus or minus 45 feet in height. It will consist of a first floor here, which will have different operational activities, such as, but not limited to, carpentry shops, fabrication shop, mechanical shops, machine shops, bathrooms, a lobby, and here is the operation where they'll have an office. They'll have a mezzanine in this area here, and then on the third floor will be offices. Not the third floor, the second floor. The mezzanine is between the first and second floor, as I said. This is the look of the building from elevation. This is the side of the building that will be facing the north. This is the north side of the building facing the community. And this is the south side of the building internal to the site. You'll have open bays here where shops will be used to do the boat repairs. But this will not be seen by the residents. What will be seen by the residents, but you will also have a very heavy landscape treatment along this area, both on the property and just to the swell area to screen this look from the residential area. Mr. Cooper and Mr. Eric are both here to talk a little bit more in detail about this landscape area if you so desire. So, what I have here before you now is the site plan application. It's been determined by the staff that all 6 of these site plan criteria have been met and complied by the applicant. And as a result of having met all those criteria, staff recommends that the Riviera Beach City Council approve the proposed site plan subject to the staff report's conditions of approval, which are in your backup. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The first speaker would be Mike Mahoney. John, I think he's left. And we have Scott Lewis.
Good evening. I'm Scott Lewis, 256 East 22nd Court. And I first want to say that I do admire how Safe Harbor has really gone an extra mile to try to address the issues that have been tossed around for the last couple of years. And they have reacted strongly in terms of trying to adjust and make sure that we adjust the whole community to how successful they've been, and they are successful. And traffic calming was the biggest thing that came up at the planning, and it also has been the biggest thing for the community. And you heard Brandy talk about it earlier on behalf of the neighborhood. I did turn in, because you've got infrastructure areas. This is the oldest community in the city of Riviera Beach. It has tremendous infrastructure needs, seawalls, drainage not working, force main coming from sewer from Singer Island. There's some serious problems, and this money that's coming in from Safe Harbor to be reinvested in that community by the city will go a long way to helping rebuild part of what's collapsed in that area over time. And if you look, tonight I provided, on behalf of our association, I think it was 10 copies I handed out, and we've talked with your staff, with engineering, we've had meetings on site, councilmen have been involved, a lot of work to try to make this a success. We did want to suggest adding 2 sentences, which you'll see them highlighted in yellow on those copies. All they do is identify the capital improvement fund, where the money will go, because that is a concern, that the money stays in that neighborhood that's meant for that neighborhood. So we did add those couple of sentences and suggest it. Staff has had that. That does not affect Safe Harbor itself, but it does affect the city and how the city addresses the problems in this neighborhood. So we appreciate it if you'd support this plan, pass the site plan. We'd very much appreciate adding the CIP language to make sure that it gets designated. And what we did, and I think the manager's office was also possibly involved in this, about splitting the road abandonment fee between the neighboring communities. And we would get 50% in our community to try to address the problems. And the last thing that came up just in the last 3 days, I didn't even realize I'm directly across from the main entrance from the In-N-Out. There's no fire hydrant at the east end of 22nd Court, and there's twice a week thousands of gallons of fuel trucks coming in to pump the fuel out to the docks. So that is an issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Are there any council comments on this item?
I have more comment cards, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had cards from Erica Davis and Margaret Shepherd. They've left the building. The last speaker will be Mrs. Mary Bram.
Riviera Beach. Apparently, I was here last year as well as the beginning of this year, when it was workshopped. And I made the same comment that I'm going to comment here tonight. Anyone that comes in to do business and you put that reinvestment back into that community to build it up, I say kudos. Because that's what the developers should be about. Coming to the table, bringing something. Now, I know that we have the part that we do, but we are a city that I always say, we welcome your business, and we want you to make investments here. And this, if that neighborhood wants it, I say numerous of times, they live in that neighborhood, and that neighborhood is an incorporation of this city here. And if each area could be built up, Ms. Bram say, go for it. But it's just how we do it and how we construct it to make it conducive and livable for all of those residents that are in that neighborhood. I have a question about the parking. Now you said that you was gonna build shops too. Have you delineated what type of shops that would go in there? Is it just precisely for the building of the Rivovich maintenance areas? Will that parking be conducive to other residents, or is it just conformed to that site area, the maintenance area, and all of that? So I would like for those questions there, and I'm quite sure the residents will want to know that too, because we are in a congested area for parking. So you're building all this complex here, and you want to build shops or whatever there. So is that parking going to be conducive for anyone that comes in there to park other than your maintenance campus? The word maintenance means upkeep. You would have things there to upkeep this particular compound here. So this is the last phase of the apple. So this is the site plan here. So everything else you all have navigated yourselves through. So this is the last bite of that apple there. So on that bite, you can proceed, but make sure I want to know about the parking. And what particular shops are you anticipating on putting in there?
Thank you so much for your comments.
Madam Chair, that's the end of public comment.
Do we have any questions or concerns from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
can we have a representative from Safe Harbor come up? I have a question. Yes, one of the residents just spoke about the fact that you have a fuel depot on 22nd Court on the east end. I guess that's where your boat club is.
Yes, you're referring to the Newport Cove facility?
Right. Would you
Yes.
be willing to put, he was concerned about a fire hydrant not being in the area. Would you be willing to install a fire hydrant in that area?
You would support funding the installation of a fire hydrant?
Hold on 1 second, sir, 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
if I may, operationally, with the approval of the site plan, if that's something that staff would like to look into, and if there's definitely a need, that would be something that we can look to resolve if there's a concern with regards to that. So that's not something that we certainly need to stipulate in the site plan, but we can resolve that based on the sheer volume of traffic that's going there. If that's a concern to the neighborhood, we can look into that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I can appreciate the city manager's opinion, but I would like to see a fire hydrant in that area. I'm the one that's voting, not the city manager, and I would like to see a fire hydrant placed in that area. So if you'd be willing to add additional funds towards the cost of putting in a fire hydrant in that area, we would appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Nguyen, are we able to make those requests like that on the site plan?
I think that's something that the staff would have to review. Mr. Sermons, do you have an opinion on that?
Madam Chair, if I may, also, there's a process for, the connection of a fire hydrant, how we put it into the system and the like. And so I just want to make sure I have the discussion with the utility district as well as the fire chief for that particular purpose before we commit ourselves to that. But invariably, if there's a concern based on the sheer size of the development and the concern, I'm sure there's something that we can be done, but I just want to have the conversation with staff because this is new information that was presented to us tonight.
And my point in asking Ms. Nguyen is, and Mr. Sermons, are we able to, if they don't put the fire hydrant in, we can't base our decision on the site plan and tie that in with the fire hydrant, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're correct. Yeah, I mean, you could postpone it, but I don't know how the applicant feels
I'm not
about that.
comfortable with that, so if that's where we're going with it, I'm a no on that. I don't think that's appropriate to add that in there like that, but I mean,
Madam
it's
Chair.
not saying that it's not
Hold on a
important to
second,
do.
sir.
We can still get that done, but I would not like to see it tied into that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't say that my vote was dependent upon whether or not there was going to be a fire hydrant. I'm asking them whether or not they would add additional funds voluntarily and be good neighbors to assist us in putting in a fire hydrant in that area, especially since they are the ones that own the fuel depot in that area, and that's something that probably should have been done either by the city or by the owners of that property when it was first developed. So I'm just asking whether or not they'd be willing to do it. I do believe that we do have the right to make stipulations during site plan review. It doesn't have to be specifically on that particular site plan. We can have conditions the same way the planning and zoning makes conditions. I believe we have the right to do that. I believe council can check that out, and I believe that's the case. But right now, we're asking them to make a voluntary donation if necessary. Of course, the city's going to check and see where and when a fire hydrant can be put in, but we're asking you to be neighborly and work with the community in doing this, which you've been doing, by the way. I have to say, I've been able to work with the community, with Lakeview Park and the Civic Association from the very beginning on this project. Well, not the very beginning. I came in, I guess, when the first project ended. I came in and we restarted the project. But, we have to coexist here. The neighbors have been very good and working with Safe Harbor. Safe Harbor's been very good in working with the neighbors. And this is, I think, a small request from the neighborhood to make them feel safe.
Madam Chair.
Sir, hold on a second. I too am not comfortable with asking for something in the middle of a site plan, in the middle of a meeting, and demanding that the developer say yes or no. That is not fair.
Madam Chair, I didn't demand
Sir,
anything.
I'm speaking, sir. That is not fair to the staff. That is not fair to this board. We're just hearing this. That's not fair to the public. This is something that, if that is the case, then that is something that the staff and the people who are supposed to be over that can see if that's something that can be done. To ask and have them answer this question on the spot is not, you just can't, you can't do that. You cannot sit here and ask these people to put a fire hydrant in, and it may need one. It may need one, but to ask them in the middle of a meeting, in the middle of a site plan, having it contingent upon an approval of it is not fair to them or to us.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
Finish?
ahead, sir.
Okay, I did not make any demands, and I did not tie it into the site plan vote. I said that I'm asked for a voluntary donation to the city, which we do all the time on projects. We take money and we put it into other areas other than the project. The whole MEOP program is based on things that are not in the community, on that specific building. So to say that we can't do this, I totally disagree with you, because we do it all the time and we did it by resolution. I'm just requesting right now on behalf, we represent the people in the community, and the community is asking for this. So I am just bringing to the attention of Safe Harbor that the community would feel safe if there was a fire hydrant where their fuel tanks are. And I'm asking the city to look into that with them, and I'm asking Safe Harbor if they would be willing to voluntarily put money up there. I didn't say that my vote was dependent upon it. I didn't say the site plan was dependent upon it. I'm asking them if they are willing to be neighborly and make this donation,
Madam Chair.
which we get all the time.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Spiritus, do you want to make a motion to have that added into that? And that way they're not having to answer this, feel pressure to answer this. And as far as making sure that our community is safe, that is our responsibility. And if it is something that we need to do as a city, we need to do that. Now, how we get the money to do it, that's another thing, but I don't think this is not appropriate. So if you want to put a motion to ask him to be able to make sure that that's included, then you can do the motion. But I would not like to vote this down. If he says yes, I do not want to have to vote this down, because I don't agree with him saying yes and us adding that. So that's why I would prefer if you would do a motion to add that to that, if he's so inclined to do so. And then that way we can go from there. If the vote comes out where we're going to add it, then you can ask him. But I don't want him to answer you
Until we have a vote.
until we're clear that everybody up here is okay, or at least the majority is okay with that being added in, or at least asking him to put that in there.
Mr. Spears, would you like to make a motion to amend that to include your fire hydrant?
Madam Chair, can I respond to the statement that was just made?
Sure.
Okay, I agree with you. It is our responsibility to come up with the money and do things that are necessary. That neighborhood needs approximately $26 million. We heard the president of the Civic Association get up there before and say for decades that neighborhood has been totally ignored with respect to infrastructure improvements and other required improvements in the neighborhood. We're finally starting to get to the point where we're going to put some money into this neighborhood and into the neighborhood next to it. But this is something that probably should have been done a long time ago. The city didn't do it. So I make a motion that we add onto the site plan a fire hydrant at the gas pump fuel tank area on 22nd Court, on the east side of 22nd Court.
There's a motion on the floor. Can I get a second? Fails for lack of second. Are there any other questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pinier. Councilperson Guyton.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Chairperson Lanier.
Yes.
The item passes with Councilperson Davis Pinier dissenting.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
because of that being brought up about the fire hydrants, Mr. Evans, could you please follow through like you said you were going to do initially in terms of finding out whether or not we can put one there, if it's needed there? I mean, we may find out there are a number of places that need fire hydrants, so just follow through on what you said that you would do, I would say.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just want to get a
Hold on
clarity.
1 second, Mr. Spiritus, 1 second. It is 9:55. I am going to ask my colleagues at the last two items, which includes the ICE enforcement piece and the legislative aid, be placed on the next agenda. Do I have any opposition to that?
I think we can resolve the aid without a lot of discussion. Maybe
I think that I've had some questions about that as well. We're gonna have to get into a discussion about it.
Oh, okay. No, if you have questions, I'm not staying here till 11, 12 o'clock.
All right, very good. So we will move those next two items to the next agenda. And we need a motion to extend the meeting at least 5 minutes to go to.
Second.
Wait, hold on. So 10:05?
10:05.
10:05.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Pinier.
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Spiritus.
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. So, Mr. Evans, you will put those next two items on the next agenda.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I
Mr.
want a
Spears.
clarification. Mr. Manager, in the resolution, we have that the money is going to be split between Lakeview Park and Park Manor. Are we going to split that 50-50? Is that what the intent is?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, the monies would be split 50-50 between those two communities, neighborhoods.
Is it necessary for us to put that in a motion, or can we just expect that it's going to be 50-50?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
I would like for the board to take official action on that just for the purposes of the preservation of the record, and it gets, to the finance team and the capital projects team. So we would prefer it in the form of a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that the funds that are coming to the community for Lakeview Park and Park Manor be split 50-50.
So move.
Second. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, any discussion regarding that?
Oh, wait,
Any discussion regarding that?
did you make the motion?
Yeah, I made the motion.
Well, I should have second. I said so
Yeah, you
move.
said second, okay.
Oh, I said second.
Yes.
See, it's late. It's time to get out of here.
Madam Clerk,
Madam Chair?
yes, go ahead.
I
sir.
just want to make it clear that I think that the 50-50 split is good because there are going to be other projects across the street on the west side as well, and we should be splitting those funds 50-50 as well.
Yes, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Davis Premier,
Yes.
Councilperson Guyton,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Miller Anderson, Councilperson Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
thank you. Discussions by the city manager?
Yes, Madam Chair. Certainly, welcome and congratulations to our new board members. And we obviously have a lot of city business, but we're going to be mindful of everyone's time. One of the things that we'll make sure is from an agenda management perspective, we're going to make sure that items are not overloaded to keep the board here late hours. So we appreciate the board's energy in looking at some of these items. And obviously, there's a lot of time that goes into these items, but we want to be giving you ample time to review the items, but I'm making sure that they're properly constructed. Also, for our community and the board members, on Friday is our chili cook-off at Fire Station 87. The festivities start at 11 and end at 3. I believe my time in the dunk tank is at 11, so you're more than welcome to come out after 11:30. But Chief Coleman, Chief Kerr, Director Sermons, Director Young will all be in the dunk tank, and any council person that does show up, Mr. Coste too. Yes, definitely Mr. Coste too. We'll have any council person that shows up. You will have to be a judge for the departments for the chili. So we look forward to seeing the community out there. And again, thank you to the board for a good meeting. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. Discussion by city attorney?
No, Madam Chair.
No committee reports, statements by the mayor and the city council. As the acting mayor, every second Wednesday and second Thursday is the community engagement meeting at the Brooks Center. It's at 4:00. Next Wednesday, next Thursday is the Education Advisory Committee meeting in regards to funding that was allocated to that committee. Ms. Miller Anderson.
I have no comments, other than welcome to your first meeting, and it only gets better from here.
Of course.
And one thing I did want to say, I do know that we have a resolution on record regarding not minimizing, the time, what do I want to say?
10 o'clock.
No, not the 10 o'clock. Limiting the time, the amount of debate time.
Right.
So if we really get serious about wanting to get out of here, we can have that conversation and put that into play.
Let's do that. And plus, you got me an hour over in here. Mr. Guyton.
Absolutely no comments.
Mr. Spiritus.
No comments.
Ms. Paneer.
Thanks for your patience. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Move to adjourn.
Yep, meeting is adjourned.